Yo, 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 everybody. The fun has arrived. Sorry. I was I was busy playing slots. So that's why I'm a little bit late. I got distracted. You know, now that I'm a slot streamer. Did you win? Yeah, big time. All I do is win, win, win. No matter what. Got money in the slots. I can't ever get enough. And every time I... Ooh, my face looks worse today. It's always darkest before the dawn. It's kind of giving like Urchin in Oliver Twist. Please, sir, I want some more. Please, sir, may I have a spot of mouldy bread? I'm just a street urchin. Spare change? Can you spare any change? Did Cutie beat you up? She wouldn't have the balls to beat me up. You know what? I would even let her have a free hit. Yep. Oh. You know, I'm desperate for caffeine, and that's why I'm drinking this Diet Mountain Dew that I had gotten to make Baja Blast. How am I always missing a nail? You know, it's because it's actually a look. This is how I like things to look. I'm also not missing just one nail. I'm missing 3 because I've been scrapping. Okay? That's why my face looks like this. That's why my nails look like this. I've been scrapping in the streets. Yeah, I look a little rough right now. The weather's shit outside. My face is all burnt off. My nails are looking like this because I've been scrapping in the streets. Yeah, I joined a certain club that I can't talk about. I can't talk about this club that I joined. Are these the same nails from Japan? Yes. I love this color so much, though. I might get it again. I might just run it back. Have you ever been to New Zealand? I have not. But I would love to. Yeah, this is me after one day of slots. You guys, do not get it twisted. Do not get it twisted. This is what happens to you when you get hooked on the slots. You should come down to Australia. I would love to come to Australia. Indeed. Chemical peel? No, I got face lasering. I've gotten peels before, but I don't really fuck with them. So instead, I got my face burnt off from a laser. Did you go back to Sam's to try and relitigate the Super Bowl drama? You know, I'm the bigger person. So I'm just letting it be. It is what it is. You know, I wish her nothing but peace. What is a laser supposed to do? It lasers your face off. It's awesome. It's like a scene out of Invincible. Just lasers it down to the bone. Does it hurt? Yeah, it's really fast though. And now it just feels like super tight. Like I'll show you. Cuz the skin is now, it's going to start peeling off. Do the technicians make little pew pew noises? Pew 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 pew. No, but that would be funny. So yes, in about 3 days, it'll be like The Substance. I'm gonna be replaced by Margaret Qualley. So in 3 days' time, when you're here for stream, it will be Margaret Qualley. Mumbles, thank you for the 18 months. Olivia, thank you for the 18 XGU. Thank you for the 14. Julia, thank you for the 17. Where's all my shit? There we go. Obscure Leftist, thank you for the 30 months. Roxanne, thank you for the 12 months. Scott, thank you for the gifted. If you drop a Prime sub, you get $10 free once I start doing my slot streams. Free money. I thought I smelled a Farley fart. I'm so sensitive to them. I just start like, I smell it. All right, before we get into looking at things, talking about things, I watched Wolfman last night. This is the new film by Lee Whannell and Blumhouse/Universal. It's part of the Monster universe, and it was not good. Lost Light, thank you for the 5 months. I Am Span I Am, thank you for the 6 months. Legit, thank you for the 24. Beast Sturm, thank you for the 26. Angry Bullet, thank you for the 19 months. Yeah, I had tempered my expectations because I had seen some Your Makeup Needs Fixing. Oh my God, thank you for letting me know. Oh no, I'm not even wearing makeup, but I guess I'm going to go fix it. I'll be right back, you guys. Was the pacing slow? It was just, okay, here's the main problems. The characters were really underdeveloped. The thematic elements of the story were like introduced and then went nowhere. The monster design, I'm sorry, but it was whack. It was whack. They decided to go with like a diseased Wolfman rather than it being anything mystical or anything curse related. Lee Whannell, who did Invisible Man, he did Saw, Insidious. Like, he's a great horror filmmaker. He's really, really good at building suspense. Having standout moments in his films that stick with you. And the thing that just is so baffling to me of all the decisions that he made in this film was the design of the monster. If you've seen the film, you know what I'm talking about, but or if you've seen a trailer. So yeah, this wasn't a movie that I like had that was like, oh my God, I can't wait for Wolfman. Oh my God, this is going to be the best movie ever. 2025, let's go. I do love horror movies. I love monster movies, but I also had seen some reviews. It's also one of those films that's still in theaters, but they've released it on VOD because it's not making any money and is not is not doing well. So Lost Light, thank you for the 5 months. Oh, I think I already. Well, thank you again. Did you like the Javier Bardem Wolfman? Wait, Javier Bardem or Benicio del Toro. Just fucking can't. What the fuck? Are you okay? Wait, why? What happened? What's going on? Is something happening? You look like you got beat up. Yeah, because of Sandwich. I don't know what else to say. I'm a victim of her fists. I hope Julia Garner's not wasted. Oh, she's so wasted. Oh, in F4. Yeah, she's so wasted in Wolfman. I mean, so is Christopher Abbott. I gotta be real, because it's just not a great movie. It's not bad, but it's not very good. So anyway, those are my thoughts on that movie. And the last thing I will say is, look, if you are doing a continuation of an iconic monster, one that has been around for like 100 years, that has had multiple iterations, you know, like you're continuing, like you're building out a new universe, but you're obviously using well-established IP, et cetera, man, I get wanting to modernize and like put your own spin on things, but I swear some of these decisions, I mean, I'm going back to Nosferatu with that mustache. Sorry if you thought that was great. I thought it was stupid. I thought the mustache was dumb. I thought the design of the Wolfman in this recent film was bad. So I'm just like, okay, don't fix what ain't broke type of thing. You know? And I think modern filmmakers who are remaking these iconic horror monsters, it's like they're trying to do something different, but for me it's straying away from what made the design of these monsters, the look of these monsters, which is so crucial, which is like so core to these characters, and it's just distracting, and it ain't working. Was Nosferatu overall disappointment for you? Yeah, I was not bouncing on it crazy style. Spider Jesus, I just almost died trying to think. Spider Lily for their 6 months. God, excuse me. The meme was the best thing about the movie, really. Bounce on it crazy style. Okay, anything else that I have for you guys before we get into it crazy style? Friday is Valentine's Day. I want to plan something fun for that. I don't know what that would be, but I don't know, like, would you guys be interested in I don't know, submitting relationship advice? Maybe that's stupid. I don't know. Tomorrow's your birthday? Let's get the party started. Tinder profiles. Yeah, I always feel nervous doing those because I don't want to be I don't want to hurt people's feelings. But like maybe something something love related, maybe. Are we talking at all about the meltdown against the Dems and the response that Axios reported on? I don't know. I got a lot of things to talk about. We can watch this man carrying thing. It might sum it up perfectly. Sam was also saying that she's down to like do something Valentine's themed. So I don't know. Maybe we'll do something special for Valentine's Day. I've never been like a Valentine's Day person because I don't love chocolate and I like flowers, but I also hate love. No. I hate love. I hate it so much. No, I just I don't know. It's never been it's not really like a holiday, but it's never been a day that I like got that excited about. Whether I was single or in a relationship. I was outraged in the first half, but you want me back to your side. Yeah. Hates chocolate, hates love. No, I don't hate chocolate. I just have to be in a very like specific mood. And it also, I don't like just plain chocolate. Usually it's got to have something going on with it. You know, it's got to be chocolate with something. I don't just like I don't just like it plain. Average Brody, thank you for the 3 months. Ashley, thank you for the 28 months. Dude. What are these fuck ass TikToks you are always sending? Okay, I'll look at this one because you resubbed, and then that's it. Ashley, you are not beating the brain rotted Zoomer allegations. I don't understand. Like, do you find these funny? Are you like, man, I really love whatever the fuck that is? Like, is that entertaining? Is that fun? You look at that, you're like, wow, that's a banger. I'm not just speaking to Ashley. I'm speaking to the rest of you. I'm speaking to all of you who would watch something like that and be like, hell yeah, brother. Oh my God. You know what? That is why we're going to never have healthcare, okay? We will never have healthcare because of you all watching those videos. We will never be free from the institutions that oppress us, that keep us down, that separate us and prevent working class solidarity. I find it funny in the way that it kills my neurons so I don't have to worry about fascism. No, it does the opposite to me. It's giving you're sick because you're always on that damn phone. Yeah. You got anxiety because you're always on the TikTok. This is fascism. Yes. Yes, that video is more fascist than anything Donald Trump is doing. Oh, God. You know what? Back in my day, we did drugs. back in my day, we bought cheap cocaine from shitty drug dealers. And we were great. We were living. Smoking 2-year-old weed that didn't even work. That's what we were doing back in my day. Ashley's videos make me reconsider my stance on the TikTok ban. Yeah. You know what? I will become MAGA if Donald Trump gets rid of TikTok. That's how I feel now. Back in my day, we were smoking darts behind the bleachers. Back in my day, we were getting laid. Yeah, we were living life. Ripping darts. You know what? You weren't there. You were not there. You don't even know. Careful on the use of "we" on that one. Ahem. You know what? We do need to save the kids. Anywho, all right. Let's jump into it. Everybody, let's do it. All right, here we go. To the person who's like, are we going to talk about the dummy Democrats and the Axios article?
To oppose the Trump presidency. I am working tirelessly.
Democrats during Trump's first versus
to
second
oppose this
term.
vile, undemocratic dictator named Donald Trump. Yes, I refuse to properly pronounce his name. As a 67-year-old corporate Democrat from a solidly blue state, I want to say this. I stand in solidarity with my comrades across America who demand Putin's communist fascist puppet to end his vile regime. Trump is proof of our failing corporate oligarchy. Also, I'm like 90% certain this guy likes to get peed on. Also, he's orange. In the words of Karl Marx. Aren't you gonna say something?
My tummy hurts.
Elon Musk is taking over the country.
No. I just need to regroup for a minute.
Do something.
Okay. Billionaires.
What are you doing?
He has all the bad billionaires, so we got to try to get the good billionaires.
Any other plans?
You know what? I'm gonna stop going to brunch.
Yeah, so the Democrats are continuing to show us that, man, they are fighters. Oh, wait, no, they're only fighters when it comes to fighting grassroots progressive groups. That's when the Dems activate. That's when they're like, oh, wait a second. We remember that we do like to fight, and we like to fight against progressive grassroots groups. My Bourbon Gamer, thank you for the gifted. Hassan's tax evasion account, thank you for the 5 months. Yeah. So the Axios piece that chatter was referring to, I believe, is the one that was the big scoop that Democrats are pissed at liberal groups move on, indivisible groups that are urging an actual like standing up to Donald Trump's agenda and all of the horrifying executive orders and policies that they are that they're flooding the zone with. Yeah, Nancy Pelosi being against AOC taking a top position from a hospital bed was proof enough for me. Yeah, these people, even when they are 6 feet under, will still be finding a way to prevent prevent progressives from having power, from just anything being done. Coconut Wav, thank you for the 19 months. So this is like nothing that is shocking. I think the only people who are shocked at the Democrats bending over backwards, saying things like, well, we don't have any leverage. What are we supposed to do about Donald Trump? We don't have leverage. They have everything, the House, the Senate, and the White House, which when the Democrats have the House, the Senate, and the White House will also be like, but we don't have any leverage. I think the only people surprised at the Democratic leadership's attitude, at them being absolutely fucking useless, at them being at best incompetent, at worst actual controlled ops, are liberals. Like the people who have not yet come to terms with the fact that the Democratic Party is so weak, is so feckless, is not interested whatsoever in opposing Republicans and passing any progressive policies. So a lot of people who are not liberals understand this very well and have been screaming about it for a long time. Yeah. Inside, Democrats growing tension with their grassroots. You're like, oh, okay, good to know that they're still alive, that they still do have that dog in them. But that's when it comes to taking on their grassroots allies. Democrat intentions are hoping Trump will destroy the country while they sit quiet and come back in 2028 saying, we told you so, and hey, this time vote. Yeah, they're already just beyond excited for the fundraising prospects. How's your family processing this? My family is a mess. There are people in my family who are still like Democratic Party loyalists who are kind of running around. I don't mean like my immediate family. My family's, at least my siblings, are all on like the leftist, progressive leftist and then beyond side. My mom, I think, is experiencing what she experienced when it's been happening for a while though. What she experienced with the Catholic Church. My mom's breakup with the Catholic Church, which is, something that for the rest of her life, she's a recovering Catholic. Is she still making comments in the New York Times? I think she's taken a break. I think after the election, my mom lost her gusto for being a top New York Times commenter. Don't worry, Hakeem Jeffries wants you to know they feel your pain. Oh. John Stewart asks why Democratic leaders think they need better messaging rather than better policies. Right, because that's the problem, the messaging. We just got to get better messaging. House Leader Hakeem Jeffries replies their solution is making the American people feel that we understand the pain that they've been in. Great plan. Great plan, Jack.
Where is the Democrats' Project 2025? Is that underway? Everything you're saying feels right to me. The Democrats have to make this point. Where's the infrastructure to do that? And who are the leaders taking charge of that effort?
Love for you to interview your mom sometime. I think it would be an important insight to how some liberals are feeling. Yeah, I mean, I'll say things like, yeah, we just got to burn it all down. And she doesn't push back. So welcome to the cause, Mama Kwan. Like, I think she is in agreement that the Democratic Party in its current form and in the direction they continue to head is bad and needs to be, all the leadership needs to go and needs to be dismantled.
Because when I listen to a believe his name is Ken Martin. Is that correct? The new
That's right.
DNC chair.
That's right.
Gracious play.
He
Thank
kept
you.
saying it's a messaging issue, as though, no, everything's going right. You just don't realize it yet. As opposed to, we've gotten away from New Deal values. Does that make sense to you?
Well, I think there's a few things going on here.
Yeah.
In terms of how we better communicate with the American people, Maya Angelou said it best. People won't remember
Shut
what you
up.
say. They may not even remember what you do, but they will always remember how you make them feel. And I think
What the fuck? He's quoting Maya Angelou to describe the lack of action from one of the two major political parties in this country. Let me tell you, Hakeem, Maya Angelou, when she said that, wasn't referring to the fucking Democratic Party, okay?
what we have to do a better job of is making the American people feel that we understand the pain that they've been in economically for a long period of time.
Yeah,
Where is the
okay,
Demo-
so you understand, but you're not going to do jack all about it? Like, you're gonna make people feel like you do not care about working class people, that you are fucking useless. Some of you because of just genuine incompetence, and others because why would you oppose policies that are personally beneficial? Why would you oppose these institutions that your party has close ties with? How can I get my own podcast so I can yell at him? Well, it's called Twitter. God, he's terrible. It's like laughably bad. Yeah. Thank you though for the Maya Angelou quote. But really appreciate it. I feel so much better, honestly. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like everything's going to be okay. But don't worry, Hakeem Jeffries, you'll always have losers like Matty Iglesias, who's there to say things like, boo-hoo, these leftist influencers like Ken Klippenstein are so mean. They just attack Democrats no matter what they say or do. Like, yeah, the Democratic Party is the victim here. The poor, whittled Democratic Party. Sam Cedar spent an hour trying to call his office. You know, guys, this is why I do not believe politicians get to, like, go to dinner or go see shows. You know, politicians like Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, minority leader of the House, like, they don't get to... They don't get to just like hurt working class people, you know, continuously refuse to actually advocate for the people that and work for the people that they pretend to, or not even pretend to, and then go like have a super nice dinner. I mean this about politicians at large. Like, this isn't just about the Democrats. When the people who have been hired, when the politicians who have been hired by the people are failing the people, they should not know peace. They should not get to just like go to a Broadway show, have a fancy dinner, who needs healthcare when you have good vibes, bro? Yeah, but the vibes aren't even good vibes. What do you think the chances are of actual change in the Democratic Party as a result from this? At this point, I've lost any and all hope in Dems. I mean, this is a fucking crossroads. Like, we are at a serious fundamental crossroads in the aftermath of the Democrats getting walloped by Donald Trump. And their solution, as they have shown us so far, the actions that they have taken are to try and go to like the good guys in Silicon Valley. Let's get our own Silicon Valley billionaires. Let's get some money from Silicon Valley that isn't openly supporting Donald Trump. So, as far as like what do I think the Democratic Party is going to change with the leadership that we have, with what they have been showing us in the aftermath of the November election? Not feeling too good about it. Call Richie Torres and apologize for upsetting him.
And have probably contacted their representatives. Richie Torres from New York says, I reject and resent the implication that congressional Democrats are simply standing by passively. I want you to call him right now. And here's his numbers.
202-225-4361 for the DC number, and for the Bronx, 718-503.
Congressman Torres' office, how may I help you?
Hi, I'd like to leave a message for the congressperson, if that's available right now.
Okay.
Okay.
She sounds tired. Whatever staffer, answered the phone sounds like.
Could you let the congressperson know that I'm really sorry that people calling him has been getting in the way of him defending an apartheid state and spending most of his time doxing Twitch streamers and clip chimping people online instead of, worrying about the people who are in poverty in his district?
I think I'm misunderstanding, but I'll go ahead and relay the message.
Okay, thank you very much.
She's like, noted. I'm sorry, did you say clip chimping?
Let's go!
Can you say that one more
asking
time?
the
Oh, you know what? I'm so sorry, Richie Torres, that I hurt your feelings. I'm so sorry that this has been a distraction of your, getting money from AIPAC because you are a stooge for Israel. Not gonna lie, it sounds so racist if you're not on Twitch. Sometimes there are things I didn't even think about that because obviously I know what clip chimping is. But you're right, if you remove the the knowing what that means because we are on Twitch, you're like, oh, you know what? Yeah, Richie Torres is too busy writing things in his diary about how much he hates Twitch streamers. Ugh. Yeah, I also saw that it was something like 26 of the new Democratic Congress people, like of the junior ones, the newbies. 26 out of 28, I think I remember seeing that, were taking a meeting with AIPAC. So, yeah, the Democratic Party needs to be nuked from the inside out. You know what? Fuck it. Bernie Sanders 2028. Just run again, old man. Who cares? Just nuked in any way. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah. You know what? You know what the Democrats need to do? Just get more Olivia Julianas. How about that, okay? Just get 20 more Olivia Julianas. To fight your to fight your battles online. So, yeah, the idea that the Democrats can be pushed left seems to be one that has never materialized and certainly doesn't seem like it will. So the question is, how do we go forward? What to do when the reality is that we got the Republican Party as the party of Trump and the Democratic Party, which is also the party of Trump, because they ain't gonna do shit. So, we need to we need more and more people to, first of all, break away from the Democratic Party. Enough is enough. They are not going to save you. Clearly 2028 is Hillary's time to shine. Yes. Yep. And we need a new party to rise. One that actually can amass power. Serious numbers. Fetterman is joining Republicans, so that's a start. I mean, he has been a Republican already. It's like, oh, fork found in kitchen. Okay, anyway, I got a lot of stuff to talk about, so moving on. Let's look at this AI video that maybe you saw online yesterday. This is a video that was made by Guy Barr, who's the Israeli founder of an AI tech hub called Elevator. Here you go. Stop Anti-Semitism, and it is a bunch of celebrities, like mostly ones who have been very vocal in their support of Israel, that have been AI'd into this video where it's in black and white, and they are wearing t-shirts with a middle finger and Star of David, and it says Kanye. So the idea is like, fuck Kanye. With Hava Nagila as the soundtrack. Just throwing Woody Allen in there. Oh, yeah. Okay. So this video came out like shortly after Kanye West was on round 4 of saying he's a Nazi, which, let me just sidebar for a second. Kanye West talent agency finally dropped him as a client after he was posting all of that shit and selling swastika t-shirts like the loser that he is. And my question is like, so he wasn't a problem before? I don't understand people and businesses that are finally cutting ties with Kanye, as in a like, okay, Kanye has finally gone too far. No. He's been there. It just, I guess, wasn't far enough for you. Shopify dropping easy as well, considering all the racist trash. The reason that Shopify dropped, shut down his site is because there's been a new wave of people breaking ties with Kanye. So they were probably like, oh, all right, we better do that too. But like, there's no praise to be had here. There's no like, oh, good on Kanye's talent agency. Good on Kanye's talent agency to drop him as a client, because it's like, why the fuck did you guys not do this before? Anyway, okay. So back to this AI slop video. So, yeah, this Israeli tech guy named Guy Bar told the Jerusalem Post that he was able to create the video in about 24 hours. We expected the video to gain traction, but we didn't anticipate just how massive it would become. We believe its impact comes from the fact that it touched a raw nerve for so many people worldwide, people who are tired of violence, exhausted by racism, fed up with anti-Semitism. All the public figures featured in the video are Jewish, but beyond that, they are part of Kanye West's own social and cultural environment, part of his world. We wanted to use their voices, so to speak, to tell Kanye West, except it's not their voices, man! Oh... We wanted to use their voices to tell Kanye West, your anti-Semitism and incitement to violence have crossed every possible line. Enough is enough. Some of the actors in the video have protested West's actions in real life. Oh, okay, so they're using their own voices. So you didn't need to, like, make a fucking AI slop video. Actress Isla Fisher is rendered in the video and previously wrote on Instagram about the t-shirt sales. Hey friends, can you please unfollow Kanye? Did you know this is the only thing for sale on his website after placing a Super Bowl commercial? Fuck this monster, no tolerance for this shit. While Schwimmer took to Instagram to call on ex-boss Elon Musk to remove the rapper's account. We can't stop a deranged bigot from spewing hate-filled ignorant bile, but we can stop giving him a megaphone, Mr. Musk. Kanye West has 32.7 million followers on your platform X. That's twice as many people than the number of Jews in existence. His sick hate speech results in real-life violence against Jews. On Sunday morning, Yeezy bought Super Bowl ad time in some local markets. The bizarre commercial showed West in his dentist chair showing off his diamond-encrusted teeth. I spent like all the money for the commercial on these new teeth. Once again, I had to shoot on the iPhone. Go to Yeezy.com. But the website only offered one item, a $20 white t-shirt with a black swastika. During West's subsequent tweet spree, the rapper also declared that he loved Hitler and called himself a Nazi. On Tuesday, his account was finally deactivated as he wrote, I'm logging out of Twitter. I appreciate Elon for allowing me to vent. It's been very cathartic to use the world as a sounding board. You know, Elon probably messaged him, was like, yo, bro, can I get one of those teas? Yeah, Anti-Defamation League also issued a statement about West's tweets, but it's like, oh, the ADL. You mean the same group that was defending Elon Musk and being like, things sometimes get awkward. But, yeah, you know, things are heated right now. So, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Yeah, they defended the guy who threw up the Nazi salute and who owns the website that has allowed actual anti-Semitic hate speech to run rampant. Elon Musk, who bought Twitter and was like, yeah, I'm going to let all the Nazis back. Like, literally go under any post on Twitter, and there's just Nazis in the comments. They are like cockroaches. They are everywhere. Because the person who owns the website is quite friendly with them, who loves to spread his share of anti-Semitic conspiracies and retweet Nazis. This is a Nazi ad that Anissa got. Imagine being born a Gentile in this generation, on this continent located an ocean away from... Yeah, this is... the account's name is Nixon Groiper. Yeah, this is Nazi shit that's being run as an ad. on Elon's Nazi platform, which makes it even more pathetic that the ADL put out a statement to support him. Okay, so let's look at, we're taking a look at this story because Scarlett Johansson made a statement about it. Scarlett Johansson, as you know, who has been very vocal in pushing back on AI, and specifically when Sam Altman used her voice without her consent after she had said that no, she did not want to be the voice for she did not want to be the voice for OpenAI. She didn't want to be the voice of ChatGPT. And he went in ahead and took her voice anyway. So Scarlett's statement that she put out says, I want the full statement. Okay. She said that this is misuse of AI, no matter what the imagery, no matter what the messaging is. It has been brought to my attention by family members and friends that an AI-generated video featuring my likeness in response to an anti-Semitic view has been circulating online and gaining traction. I am a Jewish woman who has no tolerance for anti-Semitism or hate speech of any kind, but I also firmly believe that the potential for hate speech multiplied by AI is a far greater threat than any one person who takes accountability for it. We must call out the misuse of AI no matter its messaging, or we risk losing a hold on reality. Of course, not surprising whatsoever. There are there are people online who are calling Scarlett Johansson anti-Semitic. There are Zionist Twitter accounts that are saying Scarlett Johansson, who is a Jewish woman and is not somebody who has expressed any support for Palestine. Okay? Like, she didn't like this. She is someone who has taken a firm stance on against AI, especially when it's AI that has been made against the person's wishes. And of course she's being called like an anti-Semite. We must call out the misuse of AI no matter its messaging, or we risk losing a hold on reality. I have unfortunately been a very public victim of AI, but the truth is that the threat of AI affects each and every one of us. There is a 1,000-foot wave coming regarding AI that several progressive countries, not including the United States, oh, is that what we are? Have responded to in a responsible manner. It is terrifying that the U.S. government is paralyzed when it comes to passing legislation that protects all of its citizens against the imminent dangers of AI. The statement concluded, I urge the U.S. government to make the passing of legislation limiting AI use a top priority. It is a bipartisan issue that enormously affects the immediate future of humanity at large. Yeah, this is what she had said at the time when OpenAI's ChatGPT system was her likeness and it was used without her permission. In a time when we are all grappling with deepfakes and the protection of our own likeness, our own work, our own identities, I believe these are questions that deserve absolute clarity. I look forward to resolution in the form of transparency and the passage of appropriate legislation to help ensure that individual rights are protected. Wow, she's so anti-Semitic. The thing is, they could have probably gotten a lot of these celebs to make an actual video, but instead made AI slop that ends up becoming main story. Yeah, that's like what's crazy is that if you had just, if you had asked, you know what, Gal Gadot would have done it for free. Okay, she would have done an Imagine video part 2, sent out the group text again, and they could have had an actual video that was not AI slop. But that's the thing, is like, people, these tech bros, like the guy who is the founder of this Israeli AI tech company who made this video, they do not care about things like consent. They do not care about what we have been talking about in AI stealing people's likeness. In like, they look at AI as the coolest thing in the world. Seriously, just the fact that he was able to generate this video. The fact that he was able to generate this video is what the awesome part of it is. And they think that it's super awesome because they were able to make this video. Congress is still taking social media classes to understand how the internet works. Yeah, they're calling TikTok Tic-Tac. They are not going to take serious measures against AI. It's a bipartisan thing. I mean, Gavin Newsom killed the most comprehensive AI legislation in California last year. Yeah, it's just so it's so dumb. It's so dumb. You know what? I was also looking at this video. This person said, I think AI bros are the best evidence we have that some people don't have a soul. They fundamentally don't understand the point of art or why people engage with it. Hollywood is on the brink of massive change. Because, again, these AI tech bros, they don't care about anything other than look at what we were able to do. It's like, okay, superficially, is it impressive that technology is at a point that you can make something like this? Sure. Does this make it good? Does it make it, like, overall an impressive piece of art? This footage does not exist in the real world. What? Like, they're misunderstanding fundamentally why people watch, why people seek art, okay? It's not because it just exists. It's not because they're like, wow, look at, there are moving pictures, or like, look at this scene that they filmed of, a boy with a gun. If you take this AI scene and translate it to what it was in real life, it's like, that is not what speaks to people. That is not why they seek out art and why they connect with it. And let me just say, and I know this is like the 10,000th time that we have gotten into the conversation of AI, but for me, do I consider AI to be a tool? Yes. Do I look at it as a tool that is being wielded by people who only care by like, billionaires and the worst fucking type of people on this planet, which are Silicon Valley tech bros who are looking to make a lot of money, who are looking to be like, yeah, we did it first type of thing? when I watch a movie, when I connect with a piece of art, I also think about the human who made it. And that's like where a lot of the connection comes from. You know, you think about the actual person, the human being who put their thoughts and their creativity and you know, and like who they are as an artist into the art that they made. And so it, like I said, sure, superficially, is it impressive of like, wow, look at how far this technology has advanced in like a year, and see how realistic or, you know, close to realism that we can make this, but it doesn't extend past that. And for the people who get excited by this because they're like, yeah, now we won't need artists anymore because we've got AI. Why does that excite you? Like, why are you excited to live in a world where the art that you consume is not made by human beings? Like, do you connect to a machine? Like, is that what this is all about? That you don't care about the human element of art? Yeah. This is just a whole thread. Oh, of course, they include a clip of Elon Musk. There will come a point when no job is needed to be done by human. AI will be able to do everything. Sick. Great. Movie production will be no different. Like, I just am I agree with this poster where he says they fundamentally don't understand the point of art or why people engage with it. Like, it really is the people who think that this is so awesome and can't wait for this to take over the movie industry. It's like they're not human themselves. That they are soulless. That they just think something's cool because it you know, it's never existed like as advanced as it is now, you know? Like, look at how advanced the AI tech has become. And so their excitement over that renders human-made art irrelevant. That, like, they don't actually care about art. They just care about they care about like how advanced technology can become. Some More News had a great video about this. I would watch that if you link it. And then, speaking of AI, this is my friend Nick, who tweeted this: getting dropped by my agency for refusing an AI voice model job. Fun time. Yeah, this is what performers have been worried about. And Nick is not the first person to face repercussions for refusing to hand over his likeness. But this is why, like, a lot of people opposed the and people who were our SAG-AFTRA leaders who opposed the contract because they are worried about the loopholes and how a lot of performers who don't have the resources and power that the top, 0.1% have will get screwed by these companies who are trying to replace them all with AI. So this is the casting call. I saw a Stavros clip where he was making fun of AI in our world. In our world makes the art when we still do the menial labor when it should be the opposite. Could he go to the union for help due to him being let go? I mean, I don't think he's a union actor, but the other thing too is like this is a problem where it will still require resources, and it's not something that the union is going to like take on every single case here. But more importantly, I don't think he is a union actor. One of our clients, a well-known tech company, is casting for a new text-to-speech TTS synthesized voice machine learning non-union. Oh yeah, see, this is a non-union project. The intended usage will be to create synthesized voices as part of a public-facing tech product in a voice assistant capacity. There will be as many as 100 talent casts for this project. So this is another thing, is like, okay, so the union has some protections against AI per the contract that we negotiated last year. And there was the worry that we have seen come to, a worry that has come to fruition in that non-union actors are going to be approached by these companies who are trying to screw both union and non-union actors and put them in this position. This project, and so then Nick responded to his agent, this project is an AI voice model used to create a database of voices for them to use freely. In turn, my voice would be on file to be used endlessly with whatever developer/company they partner with, and I would not see any rev from future projects. My voice being used for AI and machine learning is not something I'm comfortable with, and exactly what the voice actor strikes were for. I appreciate the opportunity, but will have to pass. And then listen to this fuck-ass response by his agent. This man should fall on a porcupine. Plain and simple, if for a buyout of high five figures, i.e. 80 to 90K, low six figures, 100K to 200K, you are too willing to sell your voice, which is not like your face or your voice with your name attached to it, does not impinge on your earning potential in any way, nor did you call to have a discussion to hear my logic or point of view, then I am the wrong agent for you, and you should seek another agent, and we should part ways amicably. This guy's like, I only care about money. That's all I care about, kid, because it's showbiz, baby. I've got no morals. I don't care about anything other than making that sweet, sweet green. Dude, you're a smart guy, but you are still a smart young guy, and you truly have to learn to pick your battles. Once again, you have somebody who is condescending to a young performer, being like, you know nothing, you child. When it's like, actually, you know nothing because you can't even do the proper, you are. You did the you're possessive, and so you're the dummy here. I have been nothing but patient since I signed you, and you have produced zero materials for me to promote you with, and I still invested my time and all who work for the company to get you $1. All that company time is an investment we are willing to make in new talent, provided they meet us halfway. He's like, you should sell your soul. I have done everything for you. I can't believe you are not willing to sell your likeness, even though it screws over you and other performers. Correct spelling now is you are. Dogemaster, thank you. Positive 2F, thank you. Fever Gummy, thanks. All that company time is an investment we are willing to make in new talent, provided they meet us halfway. And then Nick wrote back, I am very well researched in the space of AI, as I was a part of the strikes that left artists out of work for over a year. Feeding any amount of myself into an AI model is against my morals, and I share that sentiment with many VA colleagues. While I may not be recognizable or may have plausible deniability, the last thing I will do is sacrifice my moral standing for a paycheck. There are some battles that are easier fought by sitting out. Your time is greatly appreciated, and I'm thankful for the work that you have put in as my agents. With that being said, I agree it's best if we part ways amicably. Ugh. I agree with the agent that he isn't the agent for anyone. He needed to hit the road if he was unwilling to read the email that Nick sent him because he clearly didn't. Yeah, this guy is just such a fucking jackass, but also he is not singular in his belief that talent, especially those who are not at not at the highest level, people like Nick who are still new in their careers, who don't get a ton of opportunities, who don't have, who haven't amassed power, that you should just like sell your likeness because game over. Why is he so mad anyway? You want to know why I bet he's mad? I bet he's mad because Nick, standing on his morals, calls into question the fact that this agent has none, and that he is turning down this great opportunity that this agent sent to him. And so, two things is that Nick actually has morals, and that he is turning down a paid opportunity, which means that is one less opportunity for this scum fuck to make money as his agent. Yeah. You have to learn how to pick your battles. And I love that the battle is like, hey, either sell your likeness and therefore they don't need you anymore, or don't. It's like, oh, okay, I'm going to choose don't. Wouldn't the agent rather retain the client and keep looking for better opportunities that align more with the client's views? There's a lot of scummy agents in Hollywood. Like, the reputation that agents get in Hollywood? Well, there's a reason that they have those reputations. There's a lot of good people who work as talent agents, but there's also a lot of scum fucks. There are scum fucks who will take advantage of their talent, who will be, manipulative in this way, where it's like, do you know how lucky you are that I even signed you? That I was willing to invest in you? You're a nobody. There's a million of you out there that I could easily get. It's like, okay, then fucking do it, dude. Most of these parasites will never understand the value of art or the talent behind it. Right. It's about money. Like, the entertainment industry, it's a money-making industry, okay? It's called show business, putting the business in show business. And there are plenty of people who the only thing that they value is money. No matter what. What has your experience with agents been? Some good, some bad. Agents are, I would say my experience has been better in streaming for sure than it was in the entertainment industry. Like, all they are doing is selling. They sell. And like I said, some of them are good people, and some of them are scummy. But ultimately, like, everybody is trying to make money. You're trying to make money. You're trying to get your clients jobs because then you get a cut from that. And I think like with other jobs in entertainment, it attracts people who can't wait to throw whoever grandma underneath the bus. It's like they love to be able to keep any and all morals check it at the door. How do you get that job? It depends. It used to be that like you would start in the mailroom of a WME or a CAA and then work your way up to being on an agent's desk. And then eventually you would be an agent yourself and have clients. It's like everything else in the entertainment industry become more muddied. It's not the opportunities aren't there like they used to be. As Ed Zitron said, AI bros fundamentally don't understand how creativity works. They think if you just feed it enough data, it will produce art, because to them, art is just the result of accumulated information. Yeah, and it's also how do we make as much money as possible? And so to produce something that is going to be much cheaper without the human labor element is like ding ding ding. That's why AI is very that's why a lot of people are really tantalized by it, why they want to use AI, because you cut out the human labor that goes into producing a film from top down. Anyway, this was so shitty. Good on Nick for like standing up for himself and also posting this as an example of like how AI, and it's again not AI, but the people who are using it to fuck over workers who do not give a shit about the people whose jobs are being threatened here, who are in an industry where there's only a small percentage of like Scarlett Johanssons. Most people are not Scarlett Johansson and don't have the opportunities that Scarlett Johansson has, and don't have the resources when they like stand up against their likenesses being stolen. I was just talking to Nick about this on his stream. It's so fucked up. Yeah, I was going to reach out to him and see if he wanted to chat about this. I commented on his post and was just like, dude, fuck this. Good on you for protecting your voice and likeness, but fuck this. And I just can't. It's just so frustrating. It's so frustrating because we've been saying like, yeah, this is what's going to happen. This is what's happening. When the AI protections that were put into the SAG-AFTRA contract were being heralded as like, being heralded as like this grand thing. It's like, okay, well, we didn't have shit before, so sure, something is better than nothing, but there are still genuine, legitimate concerns here about how these companies are going to be able to keep exploiting performers. Wasn't Justine Bateman the one saying AI protections are still awful? Yes, but also fuck Justine Bateman. Justine Bateman, who has like revealed herself to be ultra MAGA. The weirdest twist. Justine Bateman, who I was like tuned into because she is really really knowledgeable in the area of AI and was an advisor for SAG-AFTRA when going through the contract negotiations, and how she was still ringing the alarm bells. And then like since right before Trump was elected, she's just been posting the most obnoxious MAGA shit. Yeah, it's really bizarre. I'm like, what in the heel turn? Or maybe she's always been this way, and how it's like, okay, somebody can be right on one issue and then like a loser on the other. She said she feels like she can breathe again in the new era after Trump. She's one of those like anti-cancel culture warriors where she's like, free speech has been threatened, blah, blah, blah. And how now with Donald Trump, like, free speech is back, etc. Yeah. She said decompressing. This was right after the election. Decompressing from walking on eggshells for the past 4 years. And my question is always like, were you walking on eggshells because you've just been wanting to openly use slurs? Or like, what are you talking about? Why have you been walking on eggshells? What is it that, like, speech-wise, you've been so oppressed? You've been kept from being able to say. Like, oh, you're so tired of political correctness. So what are the things that you wish that you could just say? Because I have a feeling it's probably shit that is, I don't know, racist. It always feels like a self-report. She advocates for things that affect her and people in her circle. Outside of that, she's a complete asshat. Many such cases. Many such cases. Yeah. She's referenced COVID as an era where if you had a wrong opinion of some kind, society ostracized you. We're like, okay, is there truth that in some ways, like, we've gone in some ways that, like, free speech. Okay, here's what I'm trying to say. So, is there a problem with free speech? Yes. And let me give you an example, okay? The fact that students and others who protested on behalf of Palestine are facing repercussions, like serious repercussions, like, that is an example of how actually free speech doesn't exist. But this whole idea that, first of all, cancel culture is a real thing. No, it's not. Cancel culture is what consequences has become synonymous with. And most of the time, especially when it's cancel culture as applied to politics or the entertainment industry, it's not. Consequences are often not even faced. And if they are faced, it is minimal, because even though we had the Me Too movement, and it felt like we were finally moving towards a society that was not just one, to protect and enable abusive behavior and, like, allow bigotry to dominate. The backlash to that has been enormous. And it's why you have these, like, free speech warriors, these anti-cancel culture warriors like a Justine Bateman, where it's like, what is it exactly that you're responding to? Are you upset that some powerful men have faced consequences when even when they do, they still come back? What is the cancel culture that you are referring to? Look at Jonathan Majors. Exactly. And we're going to talk about Jonathan Majors because of Michael B. Jordan's latest comments in an interview. And it just, like, I just am tired. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted by this self-victimization of people who are rotten and are, oh, God forbid that you have faced some consequences for being abusive or for being a fucking bigot. and how, you know, society, the public just is rallying around this notion that like we've gone so woke in a bad way. Chris Brown won a Grammy 2 weeks ago. Yeah. I don't know. It's just the second someone opens up their mouth about cancel culture in a way where it's like praising that we have moved away from that, and you know, that we don't have to be so worried about woke anymore. Like, I can already assume what kind of person they are. Yeah, and how it's like, okay, you know, free speech to a lot of these free speech warriors means Nazis should be allowed to be on a platform like Twitter, but supporters of Palestine should be thrown in jail for their activism. Okay, so let's look at the Michael B. Jordan stuff. Hi. Actually, I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Oh, I got dizzy when I was standing up. Hold on a second. Let me recalibrate here. You okay? Probably low blood sugar. Yeah, iron deficient, low blood sugar, talking about things that piss me off. Okay, I have a question that I don't have an answer for, but I think about it a lot. What would be the appropriate punishment and redemption for things that public figures do? I thought about this when Michael Vick was doing dogfighting, then went to federal prison. Is that something where we say he paid his debt, or is that not enough? Would love the feedback here. All right, well, let me start off by saying that so often redemption is given to those before they even demonstrate genuine remorse and rehabilitation. I am a person who believes that even if you have done something bad, even if you are guilty of bad behavior, that you should, in most cases, have an opportunity to genuinely redeem yourself, okay? So I'm not this person did this bad thing, then cast them away forever. But the issue is, and we're going to talk about Jonathan Majors in a moment here, is that the redemption tour, the welcoming back abusive men with open arms, happens pretty much immediately and without this requirement of the person taking genuine accountability. And when it comes to athletes, actors, celebrities, etc., because of their careers and because of how they have, a lot of fans who adore them, and they are seen, as talented individuals. It's an excuse that is used to welcome them right back in, where they are seen not as not for the bad behavior that they are responsible for, but the fact that they're just too talented to be kept from our screens. So my problem is the fact that, one, Hollywood cannot get enough when it comes to forgiving, they can't forgive abusive men fast enough. Truly. Jonathan Majors, 6 months after he was convicted, already had booked his first role. He received the Perseverance Award at Hollywood Unlocked, where the question, that bears asking is, what the fuck did he persevere? What adversity did he overcome? Oh, he was convicted of abuse? And so, great. Like, wow, what an obstacle this man has overcome. He has never taken accountability. He continues to use his PR tour as a way to make himself seem like a good guy. He parades his relationship with Megan Good, and they talk about how much they love Jesus, and he cries on, he cries on TV when he's doing an interview, when he's accepting an award, and it is a way to victimize himself. There's no time taken to reflect and change. Right. So the thing is like, why are we so quick to forgive abusive men, especially when they are in industries like sports and Hollywood? And I'll tell you why. It's because, one, that's the way that things have always been. And we just have this attitude towards abusers, this empathy towards abusers that we don't have for victims. And two, it's because you want to see them back on the field. You want to see them back in whatever fucking movie franchise. That's what it is, So, anyway, let's take a look at this Michael B. Jordan interview here. Okay. I think it's towards the end. I'm just going to do this. All right. During the long promo rollout for Creed 3, Jordan often spoke of the bond that he had formed with his co-star Jonathan Majors, whose next big thing energy was surging thanks to another blockbuster opening that year meant to center him as a major character in the MCU. His rise came to a screeching halt soon thereafter after an incident with his then-girlfriend left him facing trial on misdemeanor assault and harassment charges. When Majors was found guilty of one count of reckless assault in the 3rd degree and a charge of harassment as a violation, he was found not guilty of intentional assault in the 3rd degree and aggravated harassment in the 2nd degree. Also, if you do not know, since Jonathan Majors was found guilty in December of 2023, he has maintained his innocence. Okay. He has never taken accountability. And also, there are additional allegations of physical and emotional abuse against him from former girlfriends, in addition to like 20 plus colleagues of his from all the way when he was at Yale University studying theater to being on set for Creed. Met multiple people that he has worked with who have spoken, who have attested to his volatility and scary behavior on set and in the classroom. So anyway, like just in addition to the actual conviction of assault that he has, what was established was that Jonathan Majors has a history and a pattern of abusive behavior. Okay. So, Marvel and other big studios scuttled their plans for him, and he went from ascendant leading man to pariah. Jordan has mostly steered clear of commenting on Major's case. Today, sitting on the edge of the pool table, he solemnly recalls that it was a tough situation to watch unfold. But he's doing great, just got engaged. I'm proud of his resilience and his strength through it all and his handling of it. I'm glad he's good. That's my boy, Jordan says. Would you work with him again? Yes. Yes. Okay. So what's driving me fucking nuts is how much gaslighting is going on here. From Jonathan Majors getting that dumbass Perseverance Award, going up there crying for throughout his 17-minute speech, talking about how he was targeted by the criminal justice system, about how this is what they do to black people, especially black men, having the room give him a standing ovation, talk about how strong he is, how much he has overcome, to Michael B. Jordan saying he's resilient, his strength, how he's been handling it. Like, what are we doing, man? It is so infuriating to see this type of victimizing, this victim mentality and the victimization that is put onto someone who is an abuser. And it is so rare that abusers actually are convicted in a court of law. That's what's so maddening too, right? How often is it that, okay, this guy's got multiple sexual assault allegations against him, or this guy's got physical abuse allegations, and because of the way that our legal system works, and because of how societally people are still primed to not believe survivors, that it is very rare that an abusive man who possesses the resources and the power that somebody like Jonathan Majors, who is a celebrity, possesses, actually goes to court and is convicted of said behavior. So I'm just like, this is another example. This ultimately, my thoughts on this, how I feel about this situation, it's not just about Jonathan Majors. Okay, Jonathan Majors is simply one male celebrity in a long, long, long line of male celebrities who are abusive and who have been welcomed back with open arms without taking any accountability. Now, do I think Jonathan Majors will have the star power that he had right before he was charged and then convicted? I don't think so. I don't think so. But Jonathan Majors had booked his first role 6 months after his conviction. He has a movie coming out in March. He clearly has support from major celebrities like Michael B. Jordan. Even though Hollywood Unlocked is like a fake ass award show, he was still given this Perseverance Award with, A-list talent in the room giving him a standing ovation. There are plenty of people online who are willing to defend Jonathan Majors, who are willing to attack anybody who's questioning, why the fuck are we making it seem like Jonathan Majors has been a victim in all of this? I want to read this piece here, which I think is a good summation too of what I'm trying to say. So this came out in June after he booked this role and got this award. Jonathan Majors' redemption tour is nothing new in Hollywood, but we shouldn't take the bait. Time and time again, we've seen the same Hollywood story play out. Abusive men are protected, forgiven, and redeemed in the name of talent, with little consequence for them or consideration for their victims. How many times have we seen, like, oh, let Kevin Spacey back in, he's too talented, right? Like other powerful people in Hollywood, especially other male celebrities, who will advocate for these men who, you know, God forbid, are facing consequences with the excuse of they're too talented, their careers are too illustrious for them to no longer be welcomed back. These were the excuses that were used for Mel Gibson. These are the excuses that are used for, like, seriously, name like Woody Allen, Roman Polanski, when there were a bunch of stars who signed the petition to allow Roman Polanski back into the United States because he is a fugitive. He has been a fugitive since the 70s after he pled guilty to drugging and raping a 14-year-old girl. And then before he could receive his sentence, he fled the country and has remained a fugitive since. Yes, Roman Polanski is a child rapist. There are also other allegations that he has faced from other people who were minors when they say that Roman Polanski also drugged and raped them. So he's a piece of shit, okay? Roman Polanski's a piece of shit. And of course, you know, there was a time when celebrities were signing petitions to allow him back in because he's Roman Polanski. How, God forbid that Roman Polanski, with all of his talent, you know, not be allowed back in Hollywood. That man won a fucking Oscar for Best Director in 2003. Decades after he had become a fugitive. He was not at the Oscar ceremony because he couldn't be. Yes. Okay. So back to this piece. This past weekend, Majors received the Perseverance Award. Yes, you read that correctly. Let me just read the definition of perseverance, okay? Because when you think of the word perseverance, it has a positive connotation to it, right? It's like you're tenacious, that you have overcome, that you have kept going despite the obstacles in your path, despite the adversity that you have faced. So perseverance, the definition is persistence in doing something despite difficulty or delay in achieving success. What the fuck did Jonathan Majors overcome to be given an award with the word perseverance in it? If you've never heard of this award, that's because it's brand new. They are making up awards to give to men who have been convicted of abuse. I fucking hate it here, you guys. While the Impact Awards is in its 4th year, this specific honor seems like it was made up just for Majors' benefit. This recognition may mark a turning point in Majors' embattled career, signaling the start of a redemption arc since his conviction 6 months ago for domestic violence. And this is my problem, is that male celebrities like Jonathan Majors are given redemption arcs before they even take any fucking accountability. It's like the second allegations come out, oh, okay, let's start the redemption arc. And even beyond that, there are plenty of people, members of the public, who will always blindly support them because they view in the equation here that men, that powerful men, especially in an industry like Hollywood, are the true victims, are the ones who are being targeted because of this disgusting cancel culture, because woke cancel culture has gotten so out of control and it has left powerful men as the victims in all of this. Majors was found guilty of assault and harassment following an altercation with ex-girlfriend Grace Jabari in March 2023. 24 sources claim to Rolling Stone that the actor's alleged abuse goes back nearly a decade. He maintains his innocence in the Jabari case and refutes the claims in Rolling Stone. In the months after his highly publicized trial, several studios and brands cut ties with the Hollywood actor. Marvel Studios dropped him from his role as Kang the Conqueror. He was cut from playing Dennis Rodman in a biopic tentatively titled film 48 Hours in Vegas. He lost his role in the film adaptation of the Walter Mosley novel, The Man in My Basement, along with other projects that were in development. Before the abuse allegations and domestic violence conviction, the rising movie star was undoubtedly reaching the pinnacle of his career, having starred in hits like Creed 3, The Harder They Fall, and the popular HBO series Lovecraft Country. So, when something like this happens, where, okay, he was dropped from a couple of projects, there are a lot of people who look at this and go, this man has suffered enough. This man has suffered enough. When it's like, I don't care if he had 100 projects and was dropped from every single one of them. The problem is that you are giving this person redemption without them taking accountability, without them doing anything to truly show that they are on a path towards redeeming themselves. You just want to give them, you want to just place the redemption, medal around their neck because they got dropped from a couple of movies. Thanks in large part to the post-Me Too climate, consequences came swiftly for Majors. Rightfully so, the future of his progressing career was in jeopardy after news broke of his domestic dispute. And after the conviction, his career looked like it was crumbling. But the phenomenon of cancel culture has once again proved that it holds little weight when men are involved, especially those with power who are on the cusp of superstardom. Now, you want to know who I think will not get work? Carla Sofia Gascon. Carla Sofia Gascon is a racist, okay? She is like comically racist. And it's insane that she was tweeting that shit for years and we didn't know until it wasn't, brought to the attention of anybody until a couple weeks ago. But what I said when I was covering the Carla Sofia Gascon stuff is that yes, Carla deserves to face consequences for just how unbelievably bigoted she is. But it also shows you who it is that we are totally fine, like really canceling, making sure that they, face continued consequences, who, Hollywood is swift to turn on and cut all ties with, and who continuously gets chances, is protected, is enabled. Remember when Winona Ryder was arrested for shoplifting? Her career was not the same for almost a decade. Remember when Katherine Heigl criticized the misogyny of Judd Apatow films and was like kicked out of Hollywood for years, was blacklisted? Like, the worst thing that you can be in Hollywood is a woman who garners the label of being difficult, which often means that you have done something like Katherine Heigl did, which was to, criticize the film that you were in. Seriously, like, that is how Hollywood works. If you are a woman who has been labeled difficult, God forbid, then you're toast, okay? Because the one thing in this world that you cannot be is a difficult woman. How dare you? And remember, you will be labeled a difficult woman if you are anything less than completely accommodating. If you buck what society expects of you, if you, dare to challenge male power, if you dare to challenge at all a system that you are expected to just play your little part in, you know? And there are numerous examples of women who, you know, either have said things like Katherine Heigl said about the projects that she was involved in, or have accused powerful men of sexual misconduct, like many of the actresses, Mira Sorvino included, who openly talked about what Harvey Weinstein had done to them and how it resulted in them being blacklisted. I feel like Megan Fox saw some of that from her issues with Michael Bay. Yes. And you also have the, like, how dare you bite the hand that feeds you type of thing. Like, you would be nothing. You're just a hot woman, right? Like, for these female actresses, it's like your only value is that you are sexually appealing, okay? So as soon as you get to an age where you're too old, which in Hollywood is like 40, then you have no value. And so for this window where you just shut up and be hot, you know, it's a small window. It's crazy because Mira Sorvino was the daughter of a famous actor. Yes, and even still, it could not protect her from being blacklisted because she spoke about what Harvey Weinstein did to her. While cancel culture is meant to hold celebrities accountable for their actions by reducing their cultural significance, it's usually not permanent. In this case, cancel culture seems to no longer apply to Majors, as he gladly accepted the Hollywood unlocked honor for his perseverance. And I'm sorry to quote XQC again, but all I can think of is, it's the law. Like, seriously, the defenders of Jonathan Majors, who are like, oh, you just love cancel culture, like trying to cancel Jonathan Majors. This is a rare instance where an abusive celebrity was actually convicted. That's not canceled. That's the law, where the law normally fails victims. And in the rare instances that some justice is, you know, results from the court, you aren't canceled, you're a criminal. It's problematic for Majors and the word perseverance be used in the same sentence, let alone for him to be awarded for it. Merriam-Webster defines perseverance as the continued effort to do or achieve something despite difficulties, failure, or opposition. Another example, obviously the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni case is ongoing, and there's new reporting that comes out every other day. But think about this, okay? Here is a situation where Blake Lively is actually the more famous person. So usually when you have a situation that involves sexual misconduct, right, by a male in Hollywood, it's usually that the male has more perceivable power than the female victims. Blake Lively is much more famous than Justin Baldoni. And yet, if you look at what the public has been saying about this case, which, just to jog your memory, TLDR, Blake Lively, who brought her concerns over the sexual harassment that she was dealing with on set and requested there to be safety, guardrails put into place, and that they would not continue filming until these changes had been made. And she was not the only woman on that set who had alleged that they were feeling, harassed, that they were not feeling safe on set. And then, also asked for there not to be retribution because of bringing these sexual harassment concerns to the producers and to the studio. And then the ensuing smear campaign, which was very successful in painting Blake Lively as this horrible, awful person. And now, all the lawsuits and everything since then, usually in a case involving figures in Hollywood, It is a famous guy versus non-famous women, okay? Kevin Spacey, Neil Gaiman, like, et cetera, et cetera. And yet, we are so, like, this is the Justin and Blake case perfectly illustrates how primed we are as a society to take the side of men, to believe that a woman who is cringe, who, you know, is accused of having been bossy, of being labeled as difficult, is the real problem here. And it overshadows credible allegations of harassment. And yes, it shows how men's voices are always believed over women in the court of public opinion, where, like, this is an instance where the person who even has, you know, more power because of their celebrity status, because they're more famous, is the woman in the situation. But because she is the woman in the situation, in the court of public opinion, is still dealing with many male supporters who simply just do not want to, who choose to believe that a bitchy woman is worse than a man who is credibly accused of sexual harassment. People are actually posting about her being in love with him. Yes, that she's in love with him, that she tried to go after him and then he rejected her, that, like, all of these stories that are still, you know, being written about in outlets like New York Daily Post, Daily Mail, and then being shared online by people who have profile pictures of Johnny Depp. So it just shows you that even in this situation where Blake Lively is the bigger celebrity, that she is still a woman who has accused a man of sexual harassment. Once in a while, you have situations where a man will get blacklisted too for speaking out, e.g. Brendan Fraser. Yes, when he spoke out, when he said that Philip Burke, the former head of the Hollywood Foreign Press Association, had sexually assaulted him. And it's like, yes, there are the instant, or you know, the reaction to Terry Crews when he spoke publicly about being a victim of sexual assault. Yes, there are instances of male celebrities who have been silenced, who have been rebuked when they speak out on the sexual assault that they have experienced by the hands of powerful men in Hollywood. You know, you look at what happened to Corey Feldman and other former, you know, male child stars who were sexually abused. Okay, let me keep reading this. Merriam-Webster defines perseverance as the continued effort to do or achieve something despite difficulties, failure, or opposition. When considering Major's track record, it deserves questioning what exactly he persevered. His acting career spiraling downhill during his legal battle is a direct result of his decision to assault and harass his former partner, actions that were proven in a court of law. The difficulties, failure, or opposition that he faced are not perseverance. They are the consequences of his unacceptable actions. While the focus has shifted to how much he had to endure, the real victim and survivor is Jabari. Right. This is what happens, is the victim then becomes the abuser. And we like to use words like mistake. Oh, well, he made a mistake. Should people not be allowed to have a second chance after a mistake? And I want to stop you there if you are somebody who describes the pattern of abusive behavior as a mistake. When you use the word mistake, it is to the benefit of the abuser, because what it does is it undercuts the choice that they made in choosing to be abusive and removes a need for taking accountability. And once again, it turns this into a redemptive arc for an abuser before they have even demonstrated that they are worthy of redemption. While the focus has shifted to how much he had to endure, the real victim and survivor is Jabari. Her well-being and livelihood were indeed altered, and now she is forced to not only relieve a traumatic experience, but also witness her abuser receive praise for what unfolded from his wrongdoings. Yet Hollywood never neglects perpetuating a never-ending cycle of failing to hold male entertainers accountable. Jason Lee's Hollywood Unlocked platform. Okay, I'm just going to skip this. Blah, blah, blah. MAJ's resurgence onto the Hollywood scene since his conviction is unsurprising, nor is it not shocking that the film industry seems ready to embrace him with open arms. On Thursday, Variety reported that the entertainer landed his first role since his abuse conviction, starring in the revenge thriller Merciless. And the producer of that film, the argument that he presented as to why they hired Majors is that Majors is just too talented. So this is what I mean by athletes and actors, male athletes and actors who have been, credibly accused or got, even convicted in a court of law. Their talent and their careers trump everything else. So, the victims in these stories and, like nothing else matters. Because them being talented is the only thing that's important here. After he was sentenced to a 12-month domestic violence intervention program in April, Majors has made an effort to rebuild his image, and it seems as if he's using his current relationship with actress Megan Good to do so. Majors and Good, who stood by his side throughout his trial, have attended several red carpets together. Also, Megan Good is not responsible for Jonathan Majors' behavior, but let me tell you that I have been giving her massive side-eye throughout this entire thing. Like, girl, why are you doing PR for him? Why are you doing this? Why did you start dating when he was on trial for abuse? Like, that's when you decided, you know what? I think I'm going to start dating Jonathan Majors. What happened to your face? Not enough Prime subs. Not enough Prime subs. If you have a Prime sub, drop that thing. The couple has taken those flashy moments and interviews to showcase their love for each other and conveniently avoid speaking on anything related to Major's domestic violence case. Good should not be responsible for the actions of her partner, but it's been fascinating to watch her play the PR game for his benefit and willingly participate as a pawn to rehab his image in Hollywood. Majors opened up about the charges in an exclusive sit-down interview with ABC News back in January, which we watched on stream, where he continued to deny the allegations and had this to say about Good. She's an angel. She's held me down like Coretta Scott King. Remember, this man cannot stop referencing himself as a civil rights leader. Like, that alone should have been enough. That alone should have been enough to have people be like, Jonathan Majors is whack. The multiple times that he has referenced himself in relation to civil rights leaders. Come on. I'm blessed to have her, as Inaye Komanibo wrote for Unbothered after this interview drop. Major's references to Coretta Scott King display an uncomfortable fixation on the late civil rights activist that may hint at a particularly heightened sense of self-importance. And in likening himself and his partners to Martin and Coretta, the suggestion is that Major's dream and his cause are worth any woman doing whatever it takes in order for him to succeed, even to her own detriment. Yeah, he's a fucking narcissist. Denny, thank you for the Prime. Selenite Priestess, thank you for the Prime. That self-importance and narcissistic tendency was on full display at the Hollywood Unlocked Impact Awards, where he used his Jason Lee given platform to not only plead his case, but galvanize the crowd for pity. And it also is particularly gross. And I know I'm kind of just repeating what I said when I first covered this, but he and his supporters have cited the history of the justice system targeting Black men and boys, and the many such cases, and specifically cases like Emmett Till and the Central Park Five, where the lies of a white woman led to serious consequences for the innocent Black boys who were falsely accused and how somebody like Jonathan Majors, using that very painful and very real history and pointing to a justice system that is racist, of course, and that so often justice is not served, but that this is a guy who is an abusive man, and it has, like, his case has nothing to do with that painful history of how the justice system has been weaponized against Black men and boys. And he is just, yet again, another male abuser in Hollywood who doesn't think, and his fans do not think that, and his supporters do not think that he should have to take accountability for his actions. Yeah, it's gross. How can he be whack when he broke up that fight that one time? Yeah, in his Newsies outfit. Perseverance means what? Perseverance means persistence in doing something despite difficulty or delay, Majors had said through tears during his acceptance speech. And the God that I serve has put me in a position where I've had to embody that word more than I wished or wanted. We live in a world where men, Black men in particular, are propped up as either superheroes or supervillains. I've come to realize I ain't none of that. I'm imperfect. I have shortcomings. I acknowledge them. I love my craft. I love my daughter, my family, my dog, my workout buddies. I'm just that guy whose faith has been tested and strengthened by this testimony. Yeah, that's a guy who's taken accountability. That's a guy who deserves a redemptive arc. As the actor launches the early stages of his career comeback, it's unlikely that he'll reach the same high-profile status as before. And while it's possible for someone to change and potentially receive atonement for their bad actions, there would need to be ownership and accountability, yes, for those actions first. So far, we've seen Majors lament his consequences, imply that he's been treated unfairly, and lose out on roles for a mere 6 months before making a comeback. It seems that regaining the trust of Black audiences may be the first step in Majors' redemptive tour. Black and diverse audiences have proven their spending power by being the driving force behind the film industry making millions. In its opening weekend, Bad Boys Ride or Die, a comedy action film starring Will Smith and Martin Lawrence, profited a whopping $56 million domestically. According to the LA Times, 44% of the Bad Boys audience was Black and 26% were Hispanic and Latino. To date, that amount has increased to $227 million worldwide, making the Bad Boys series franchise worth $1 billion globally. Those massive profits prove the spending power of Black and audiences of color. There's no doubt that Majors knows this. During his tearful 15-minute acceptance speech, he made it a point to call out beloved Black actors whose names hold weight in Black communities. Will Smith, Tyler Perry, Courtney B. Vance, and Whoopi Goldberg were among his star-studded list of shout-outs. By naming these generational and household talents, Majors is attempting to manipulate his way back into the good graces of Black audiences. As he works overtime to save his career, he is sending a subtle message that if these influential actors can move past his transgressions, then audiences should too. Will they take the bait? Yeah, it's gross. It's gross, and what he's doing is pretty obvious. The PR act with, Megan Good getting engaged, right? Like, look at this. Michael B. Jordan goes, he's doing great. He just got engaged. This is all part of rehabilitating his image rather than him actually seeking rehabilitation. You know, it's rehabilitating your image, fixing your image is not the same thing as actually working towards rehabilitating your bad behavior. But that's how things go now. When you have been found out for the bad behavior that you have committed, all you have to do now is just work on that PR. Fix your image. Don't worry about actually fixing your behavior. Don't worry about actually taking accountability and working towards being a person who doesn't abuse others. Anyway, it just drove me nuts, and I'm so tired. I'm so tired of this.
Don't worry.
I'm so tired of us of the way that we do things, of what is still the norm. Like, we continue to punish survivors and forgive abusers. It's exhausting. Random question, have you seen Baby Girl yet? Yeah, I did. Everything about his recovery has been so fake, like showing up at the Bible to court, breaking a stage fight on camera. I know. It's just all PR. Please don't take this the wrong way. I'm just curious. Has there been a case where an A-lister fumbled big time but then took genuine steps to redeem themselves and make a successful comeback? I know you guys are saying RDJ, but RDJ was an addict. Robert Downey Jr. got into trouble, and it culminated with him going to jail because he was addicted to drugs and alcohol. I think what that chatter is talking about, and what I would be talking about, are men who have abusive men who either have, physical, sexual, emotional abuse allegations or convictions. Like, I don't like the whole RDJ thing because, first of all, RDJ himself is always the guy who's popping up at the scene of the crime when it's men who are abusers in Hollywood, because he looks at his life and his career as, well, I got a second chance. But here's the thing. RDJ is an addict, and like him genuinely rehabbing, like going to rehab, working on his addiction, that is not the same thing as a man who physically or sexually abused people. Crumpets, thank you. Thank you for the 24 months. Yeah, I don't like the group. I'm not saying this about those of you in chat, but I'm talking about how, like, RDJ, the reason that he's always out there supporting, like, the Johnny Depps, the Army Hammers, the Mel Gibsons, is because he himself says, I was given a second chance. It's like, well, RDJ, what you did was different, and also you took accountability and you genuinely embarked on a path of rehabilitation. It's not the same thing. I'm trying. You guys are saying Hunter Biden? Oh my God, I cannot with you. I don't know. I can't come up with an answer right now. Because the thing is that especially with sexual abuse, those who have been credibly accused or convicted of it are not going to own up to it. The only person I can think of who actually like took real accountability for the allegations of sexual coercion was Super Size Me guy, Morgan Spurlock, when he put out that blog post. No, fuck Louis C.K. No, Louis C.K. for 2 seconds was like, you know what? Actually, I was bad. And then he did the reverse on that and was like, fuck you. I'm the victim here. And he can't stop talking about it in his comedy and then in every talk show that he goes on. I think you guys are okay. We're going to move on from this because a lot of y'all are just naming names of abusers. Just naming names of abusers. God. That was not the person's question. That was not the question there. Anyway, all right, let's watch Ole's video, How Men Become Aziz Ansari. I don't know what the premise of this is, but I'm interested in watching this. I don't mean to want to derail, but who's Sam and what's the joke behind the pin? Or did she actually jump you? Apologies in advance. She's a huge Chiefs fan, and my face got in the way. My face got in the way after the Chiefs lost the Super Bowl. She had to take out her feelings on somebody. Yeah, I didn't even know she cared about football that much. No, chatter, I got my face lasered off. Pamela Anderson, maybe because of her Me Too comments. But isn't it crazy that, like, when you list examples of women, it's always, like, something that they said? Like, what Pam had said initially about Me Too was whack. But it's like some of y'all who used use examples of female celebrities, and it's Asia Argento. I don't know. I would have to look back. I mean, I don't think Asia Argento has a career, really. I got to be so honest. Yeah, Asia Argento, a rare example of a woman in the entertainment industry who was who has the title of abuser. All right, let's watch this.
P. Diddy behind bars and indicted on federal sex trafficking and racketeering allegations.
Heather Unro's tweet about Kevin Spacey last month triggered all the allegations against him.
Best-selling British author Neil Gaiman has released a statement denying he has ever engaged in non-consensual sex.
The Me Too movement brought about the cancellations, criminal convictions, and fall of many a male celebrity. When thinking of the Me Too era, while figures like Bill Cosby, Harvey Weinstein, and R. Kelly might be who come to your mind first, it's Aziz Ansari's story that should keep you up at night. Because Aziz's story has a lot to do with all of us. How did Aziz Ansari go from wearing a Time's Up pin at the Golden Globe Awards at the height of his career to support the Me Too movement, only to end up outed as a sexual abuser himself? Well, we created him. In the year 2025, by this point, I think many people have probably heard the term rape culture at some point, but I'm not sure many people know what it means. It refers to the idea that rape and sexual abuse are commonplace and normalized in our communities, as well as media and entertainment, as the result of the community's attitudes and misunderstandings about gender, sexuality, gender roles, and sex. And I think Aziz Ansari's accuser's story perfect.
Asia is an example of someone who was abused as a teen going on to do the same. Oddly enough, on the set of the movie Trauma, she was abused by multiple men. Yeah, that's the same thing with Drake Bell. Drake Bell, who was accused as a kid, and then, unfortunately, when he became an adult, turned around and was abusive himself. So remember, when you were abused, if you are a person who was abused as a child, it does not mean that you will grow up to become an abuser, but there are, of course, there is the cycle of abuse that we talk about, where someone who's a victim of abuse grows up and becomes an abuser themselves.
Perfectly illustrates how our society, our cultural understanding or misunderstanding of sex, and how we go about teaching boys and men to pursue sex, to see women, as well as how we go about teaching girls and women about sex, create scenarios where people are casually.
I don't know if she like TLDRs or gets into the Aziz Ansari, the Aziz Ansari allegations, but just to jog your memory. So, a woman named Grace had come forward and told the publication Babe.net, who handled the reporting of the story so terribly. She's going to get deep into it. Okay, well, I'll TLDR, even though she's going to get into it. But she said that Ansari had pressured her for sex while they were on a date at his apartment, and she was very, very upset. And I think this was the last time that he had addressed it, but this was in 2019. And he said, "I'm sure that there's some of you that are curious how I feel about that whole situation. I feel so many things in the last year or so. There's times I felt scared, humiliated. There's times I felt embarrassed. Ultimately, I just felt terrible that this person felt this way." He never, like most men who have been called out in a similar way that Aziz was, where this gets into the conversation of like consent and sexual coercion. That's like the furthest that someone will go in acknowledging and apologizing, even though it's not like a true apology. It's I feel bad that you feel this way. Like, I'm sorry that you were so upset.
Regularly, and most importantly and insidiously, unintentionally engaging in sexually inappropriate and coercive conduct.
No, Brian, thank you.
But before we talk about Aziz and the world that made him possible, let's first take a look at this story about the 4B movement in South Korea. More and more women are choosing this lifestyle in protest against South Korean patriarchal society. Reports also show that following Donald Trump's 2024 election, interest in the 4B movement surged among American women. You can read this article and more on Ground News, today's sponsor, and my source of research for productions like these, because not only does their app and website let you compare how the media is framing every
political video content or video creator is sponsored by Ground News.
Everyone is targeting you with clickbait and misinformation, where it's hard to tell what's real, what's fake news, and what's just straight up propaganda.
Not me.
And maybe even AI. A tool like Ground
Not
News
me. I'm sponsored by slots.
Something as sensitive as
big
the
slots,
movement,
baby.
The 4B movement, and the horrible things that they were created to address.
I'm sponsored by the Army.
Ground.news/Olay.
Crypto.
Comparing coverage is interesting. Of the 145 sources, only 16% are right-leaning, making this a potential blind spot for that side. And when we take a look at headlines, we can see the right emphasizing language around sex and abortion rights, while the left highlights the rising interest in the U.S. If you scroll down, you can also see the factuality and ownership of the sources. Ground news really cannot be beat because it makes it easy for me to make sure that I am not just spewing unsubstantiated mess or being biased and trifling, which is why it was a no-brainer to go with them for today's sponsor. They are subscriber funded, so you will not see any ads on the website, which contributes to sensationalism and clickbait reporting. By subscribing, you're not only getting an amazing resource, but you're supporting their work directly.
I know that other people have used it, don't really love it.
Go to ground.news/Olay or scan the QR code on screen to subscribe. Ground News is giving my viewers 40% off their unlimited access Vantage plan. This deal will only be available for a limited time, so you better jump on it. Thank you for sponsoring this video, Ground News. I often see posts on social media about how rape is the one inexcusable crime that's never accidental, that's always clear-cut and black and white.
Oh my God, Nick. I didn't even see that you popped in here. What's up, dude? What's up? I'm sorry about that fuck-ass behavior from your agent. I was talking about it earlier.
Those discussions always interest me, not just as a criminal defense attorney, but more as someone who's seen reasonable minds disagree and be unable to arrive at a consensus on whether something is rape and how or whether it should be punished, because the way we think about and engage in sex in our real lives can often run in conflict with the law and consent. I remember being in my criminal law class during my first year of law school when the class erupted into debate and split opinions all over the room over whether different incidents in our casebook were rape, what the law should be as it pertained to rape, and how the laws about rape and consent didn't often reflect real life. Let me explain what I mean. Rape isn't universally defined. Different places in the country have different definitions of what rape is, what consent is, and thus what was legally considered rape and how or if it would be punished. For example, there was a Baltimore case we read that stuck with me, the State versus Rusk. The facts of the case went something like this. A woman offered a male acquaintance named Rusk a ride home. When she arrived at his home and parked to let him out, the man insisted she come inside, locked her door, and took her keys and turned her car off and demanded she go in the house or she wouldn't get her keys back. Feeling afraid and like she had no other choice, she eventually went in the house with him, but she continued to plead with him that she wanted to leave, but he told her to stay. He eventually began undressing her and kissing her while she cried, and she asked him if he would let her go without killing her if she did what he told her, and he told her that he would. So she proceeded to have sex with him because she was afraid for her life. A jury initially convicted the man of rape, but a court of appeals reversed the conviction because rape in Baltimore is considered sex by physical force or threat of physical force. And that appeals court felt that despite the situational evidence of the man taking her keys, forcing her to go inside his home, kissing and undressing her while she cried and pleaded to go home, and affirmatively recognizing that she feared for her life because she explicitly asked him if he would let her go without killing her if she did what he wanted, and him replying yes, that there wasn't sufficient evidence that he raped her because he did not actually physically force her or explicitly threaten to physically force her. Most of my class agreed that this was the wrong decision, that the woman had been raped. Most of the class agreed that a rape law that defined rape as only being rape if there was physical force was a bad one, because it leads to outcomes like the one above, where
most of the class, which means there were people who said, no, that's not rape.
People are coerced and scared into sexual acts they do not consent to. And what's scary and worth mentioning is that this definition of rape that we're recognizing as problematic, sex by physical force without consent, is an upgrade from the old definition of rape, which was sex by force without consent and the utmost resistance, which basically meant that victims had to physically fight off their attackers for it to be considered rape, which of course would expose them to more danger and a greater likelihood of being killed. But it is also reflective of an underlying belief by the lawmakers that some level of coercion or cajoling hesitant women who were resistant into sex was normal, which is why it had to be the utmost resistance to count as rape.
Yeah, and so this is something that I've talked a lot about on the stream, is how not just the public perception of what rape is, but also the way that it appears in various legal definitions and how it is applied by the law, where there is still this very, very narrow understanding of what rape is. And I talked about this when we were covering the Neil Gaiman allegations, but the reason that a lot of victims of sexual assault do not come forward is, there's many reasons, but one is that it can take a long time to even understand that you were sexually assaulted, because most of the time it occurs in a setting with somebody that you are familiar with. And because of the way that rape is presented in the media and how narrow our understanding of rape is, most people think rape is a stranger who is physically like assaulting you, where under maybe threat of a weapon, or they have you restrained, whatever it is, that it is incredibly explicitly violent, and usually is in the form of some like stranger in a dark alley. So that has contributed to a lot of victims not knowing that they are victims of sexual assault, but also of people not believing when someone comes forward and, tells their experience of having been coerced into sex, and people don't see that as a problem.
This is rape culture. Now, what was interesting is despite the fact that most people in my class saw that legal definition of rape as problematic because it leads to outcomes like the one above, many of those same people saw issues with rape laws designed to avoid those kinds of outcomes, like what New Jersey has. New Jersey has something called affirmative consent, which means that in New Jersey, rape isn't just sex without consent. Rape is sex without affirmative consent, meaning it doesn't make it consensual sex just because the person didn't say no or didn't explicitly not consent. They need to explicitly say yes, they want to have sex for you to have consent. Even though this law is designed to make sure there are no gray areas or confusion about whether sex is consensual or not, many people in my class pointed out that that's not how most sexual encounters happen in real life. People aren't stopping mid whatever they're doing to say, do you want to have sex? Many men in the class said that stopping foreplay or whatever they do to ask a woman explicitly whether she wanted to have sex would be a mood killer and likely cause women who wanted to have sex not to want to anymore. And both men and women in my class discussed this kind of song and dance that happens in many of our sexual experiences, where women don't want to explicitly say they want to have sex and sort of pretend to be cajoled into it. Don't worry, we're gonna get back to this. So even though there was some consensus about whether it was rape in the state versus Russ case, that consensus was gone by the time we analyzed the Pennsylvania case called the Commonwealth versus Berkowitz. In Pennsylvania, rape is sex by force without consent. But force here doesn't mean just physical force. It means forcible compulsion, meaning that there needs to be force or some kind of threat. In the Berkowitz case, their bare bone facts loosely go something like this. Berkowitz and the young woman he was alleged to have raped were college sophomores at the time the incident took place. What the woman alleges happened is that she went to her boyfriend's dorm lounge to meet him, but he wasn't there, so she went to his room to find him. She said that she knocked on the door several times, but no one answered, so she wrote a note to her boyfriend, then knocked again. She still received no answer, so this time she tried the doorknob, which was unlocked. She said she then went into the room and saw someone lying on the bed with a pillow over his head, and she said she thought it was her boyfriend, but it was actually his roommate Berkowitz. She said she then asked Berkowitz which dresser was her boyfriend's, and then she left the note she had written. She said Berkowitz then asked her to hang out for a while, so she did. But then Berkowitz started making certain advances at her, such as kissing her and lifting up her shirt and bra and fondling her. She said she then said no once, but they continued making out, and that eventually Berkowitz got up and locked the door. She took her own pants off, and they had sex, and she never physically tried to stop or resist him, but she did say no. She then alleged that he came on her, and she left the room and went to the lobby, where she ran into her boyfriend, who she then told that Berkowitz raped her, and he called the police. Now, The class got really into the weeds fighting about this case, and people truly were divided. People saw the facts very differently. Some people saw Berkowitz locking the door as similar to Russ taking his victim's keys, while others argued that someone getting up to lock the door before they have sex is typical behavior, especially when you have a roommate, and an indicator that she knew they were going to have sex. Some people saw her continuing to make out with Berkowitz while saying no, but also having taken off her own pants as reflective of the fact that she didn't really mean no, but was just doing a song and dance young women and men often do. Some people argued that the woman only said it was rape because she ran into her boyfriend. Some people argued that it was obviously rape because she said no, even if she proceeded to make out with him and didn't physically try to stop him. There was even some debate about whether the young woman had gone to the room looking for Berkowitz in the first place, and there was some debate about whether or not they engaged in oral sex meant that it couldn't be rape, because people had a hard time wrapping their head around the idea that people could be engaging in oral sex non-consensually, and I find that really interesting because there was a case, not a case, it happened while I was in college at Ohio University. I remember there was a girl on Court Street. They video recorded a guy going down on her and it was viral everywhere. And she said that, she was drunk. It was not consensual. It was rape. The campus was torn over that. Like, there was no ability to process that, because I guess how people perceive oral sex or you're being pleasured or something, you know what I mean, that it could be rape. And I'm mentioning that specifically because I think that's something interesting for us to chew on and unpack in this discussion of rape culture. Anyway, what stood out to me about this debate and has always stuck with me isn't what conclusions people...
Okay, and as you can see, just by the various varied responses to this case in Ole's class, is not only how this is a topic in our culture that we do not have consensus on, but it's also one where legally it can be very, very, very difficult to, you can see how difficult it is to prosecute sex crimes. Like, look at how challenging it is, not just with every individual's perception of what rape equals and what it doesn't, but also when you are looking at the law, when you are arguing using the legal definition of rape and, previous cases that have set a precedent.
People arrived at. It's the fact that even many of us who thought it was rape or at least some kind of sexually inappropriate behavior still understood how there could be confusion in the mind of Berkowitz and others, because so many of our sexual experiences and practices mirror these kinds of blurred lines.
Yes, and I will always talk about the media's role, pop culture's role in shaping what our perception of sex is, what is, what is acceptable, and what sex looks like, and then what rape looks like, and how a lot of times in these instances where someone has really been coerced into sex, it does not mean that the person doing the coercing understands that that's what they're doing. And it's why this gets complicated, where, I'm not talking about somebody like Neil Gaiman, but it's just such a gray area. And because of the lack of consensus and education here, and how sex and sexual assault is portrayed in the media, it's why, whether it's in Ole's law school class, they're having this debate, or this is a debate that's being had online when yet more sexual misconduct allegations drop on a public figure. It's why we're still having these discussions.
So much of this is normalized, and this is what rape culture actually is. Because as insane as it should sound to reasonable minds that we have to debate whether it was rape because of XYZ reason, even though a woman said no, it's a reflection of so many of our sexual experiences. I can think back to so many of my own experiences as a young woman where I wanted to have sex but didn't feel comfortable.
I mean, how prevailing and pervasive was this notion of no means yes, right? When a woman says no, it's actually because she's teasing you. It's actually because it's part of the foreplay.
Just exploring my sexuality or desiring sex in fear of being judged or slut shamed, so it felt necessary for it to seem like the boy's idea or at his request or insistence, where it was part of the process for me to be convinced or reasoned with to do anything sexual. How many young boys and men are taught that they're basically supposed to talk women into having sex, to cajole them, to manipulate them, to wear them down, to run game? How many men are taught that this is what game is? Young boys are basically raised to be on a quest to try to get as many women to sleep with them as possible, but sex isn't portrayed as something women want just as much as men, or voluntarily engage in because we want to. Sex, virginity, it's all taught as something that's taken from girls and women. Think of men's coming of age movies like the American Pie films, or even the movies for older men like Wedding Crashers, or any of Barney's hijinks and How I Met Your Mother. Shoots, Barney and Ted. Or even
and even in like, things like marriage, okay? The traditions of marriage still being that the father gives his daughter away, that you have the father-daughter dance at the ceremony. Like that, these are traditions that go back all the way to when like men, when fathers were selling their daughters for dowries. When like, yeah, my wife cost me 3 goats and 2 chickens. And how, we've taken a look at like the purity balls, how fucked up that shit is, where girls will make a pledge to their fathers. They will pledge their virginity, where it's like, I pledge to remain pure. And then they go to those weird ass purity balls with their dads, and they wear the like creepy little girl dresses. Yes, it's so It's exactly what Ole is talking about, how culturally we still exist in a world where sex and virginity is something that men take, and that women, it's taken from them, and how, sexual pleasure is still seen as something that is for men and not for women. And all of the old adages of like, you just gotta wear her down, son. Like women, they like to be teases type of thing. And it's why rape culture has existed forever, and why we talk about it, because of how it has because rape culture normalizes rape.
Cartoons like Pepe Le Pew and Johnny Bravo.
Say, baby, how's about you and I?
It's all about how boys and men can trick women into sex. And our media mirrors real life, where girls are taught to be ashamed of or hide sexual desires, where we're taught to play coy and engage in this little song and dance where we don't or can't enthusiastically want or ask for sex, even if we want sex. So the mixed signals become part of this little song and dance we play. And that, my friends, is the breeding ground for rape. This is what we mean when we say we live in a rape culture, that our attitudes about sex, and
not all boys and men are like this, by the way. Oh, thank you. Oh, shit. Where's my cookie? I don't have any freshly baked cookies, or else I would give you one. Yes. Thank you for coming in here to remind us that not all men, and I'm sure that you are somebody who is, gets personally peeved whenever the topic of systemic sexual assault, of the issue of rape culture and its prevalence is being talked about, because you have to remind people, hey, I'm a guy and I'm not like that. Not all men.
And gender foster practices that unwittingly create sexual abusers and sexual abuse victims. In rape culture, our culture, The responsibility to protect ourselves from what boys and men are being trained to do is often placed on young girls and women. Young girls are taught to protect their virginity from boys and men who want to take it. Girls and women are shamed for being manipulated by men. For buying into the game, men have been trained to sell them. Young girls are expected.
Excuse me, Olay. Not all men. Hashtag not all men. How dare you? I'm going to write in the comments every single time she uses the word men and doesn't say, but not all men.
To hide their changing bodies from boys and men who
Have
wish
you seen
to
I May
objectify
Destroy You?
them.
Yes, it destroyed me. I May Destroy You is, I think, still some of the best television that's ever been made. It's so fucking
They're
good.
shamed if they don't. They're adultified. The adultification of children, particularly black girls, is something I believe is under-discussed in the context of rape culture. It's the reason more adults spent time criticizing and shaming a 12-year-old Blue Ivy and the appropriateness of her dress because of her changing body than they did discussing her father being accused of raping a 13-year-old girl her age.
Olay.
While boys and men are taught to treat the world as a sexual playground where they should accumulate as many partners as possible, not even because they truly desire sex or multiple partners, but as a means of affirming their masculinity and sense of dominance over weaker men as well as women. Young girls and women are never encouraged to explore their sexuality or sexual needs, to enthusiastically, intentionally, or vocally pursue sex. But instead, we're taught to treat sex as leverage in a negotiation for some larger kind.
Yeah. Masturbation, for example, of how masturbation is something that's so normalized with men, right? And we get so many, masturbation jokes in pop culture that it's like this seen as like a pivotal coming of age type thing. And yet women's masturbation is seen as something that is dirty. When I was in college, all of my friends, my female friends in college, were ashamed of even the word masturbation, where they claim that, that they were like ashamed of vibrators, that they thought it was like this dirty thing. And I know women still who are awkward about masturbation, and maybe they do it, but they feel as if they can't openly talk about it, or maybe they don't do it because they've never been able to prioritize their pleasure, and they are still made to feel ashamed for it, and that when it comes to pleasure they deprioritize theirs because they are women. Also porn, but you really hear about women who struggle with porn, even though you know good and well that many do. Right, porn being seen as something that is made for men and, something that only men consume. Great video on media entertainment and the role that women play with male protagonists references John Berger's way of seeing, who I thought had great thoughts regarding how men depict women who proceed to place them in a role of shame. Thank you. I'm a little bit older than many here. I would admit that I question now some of the things that I did when I was younger, and university is definitely being questionable by today's standards. My greater awareness today, my hope is that it's not perceived as rape, but I often question it now whether it was. So what I always say is, like, what we have to do as a society is we have to accept these things and move towards a culture that does not normalize this, that does not, that this is not, does not remain prevalent like it is still. So there are a lot of people just like you who probably have their fair share of sexual experiences that, when you look back on with the understanding that you have now, might not have been totally consensual. And it's not to like individually shame people, because that's how fucked up, like that's just the truth of it, is like how many people have been sexually coerced and how many have been the sexual coercers, where it's not to like nail every individual who has perhaps in their past been guilty of not having real consent in their sexual experiences. It's not to like nail you to the cross and to shame you. It's to acknowledge how prevalent it is, how commonplace it is, and that's because of all of these reasons: lack of education, the normalization of this in our society, the depictions in media, I feel like the biggest hurdle are people who do not want to re-examine their past. They don't want to feel guilty. Right. So I would rather have a chatter like you, a person like you who's like, yes, I have looked back and reflected upon my experiences when I was younger and how, with knowing what I know now and in the conversations that we are having, where I recognize that, like, yeah, there's that gray area, right? There's that coercion that we are discussing, but it's what we all have to do, right? It's like when looking at bigotry, we have to all be able to look at our own selves and our lives and recognize what are our blind spots. Recognize, like, oh yeah, I actually was raised to believe that Islam is a language or is religion of those who wish nothing but violence, and I still carry these biases with me. Like, you have to, this is what it's all about. This is how we progress as individuals and as a society, where we have to examine these things within ourselves and within our culture and the way that it's been so ingrained and so normalized. And this is what we've been taught. And this is what is reflected in our media. Are we really being ignorant of the other factors in the times of today? This is a little more nuanced than you're making it out to be. Oh, okay. Not saying everything you say is wrong, but I feel like it's incomplete and shallow. Could you elaborate? What are these other factors in the times of today? What is it exactly that I'm saying that's shallow? What are these nuances? You know what I will say? At least we didn't get another not all men. Unless they hit me with the not all men. They might still come in with the not all men. Participation in damaged systems and cultures feels bad, so it's tempting to ignore and say, Grug, that's the way that things are. Bro, let me cook. I actually don't care because I'd like to keep watching this video.
We must want because we're
say
women.
whatever you
it's
want
never
to
even
say, but I'm not gonna.
that we could or should want to have sex.
I'm being a bit facetious when I say that you have the floor.
Wanting to have sex sake. That we could or should have multiple sex partners.
Ain't
it's never
gonna wait for you
conceived of
while
that
you
we should voluntarily
cook.
be giving away sex if we're not getting
Remy,
something else out of it. Because surely the sex in and of itself can't be what we get out of it. Because boys and men aren't even being taught to see pleasing the women they sleep with as a requirement.
It's important to note not all men do this. Some men do way worse.
For sex. The women are just conquest. And I think a perfect illustration of everything I've discussed thus far is Aziz Ansari, which is a name you probably haven't heard of in a while because, well, where is Aziz? That's the question I recently asked a friend of mine after he crossed my mind out the blue. I wasn't sure if he'd actually disappeared from the public or if I just hadn't checked up on him recently. So I looked into it, and he really has been virtually MIA since his last Netflix comedy special, which came after he was accused by a woman of pressuring her into sexual acts.
Sean John is a privately held fashion lifestyle company created by music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. Oh. Yeah, not all men. Sean Diddy Combs. A great name with Sean Diddy seems like a troll. I'm sure that you are correct because usually whenever I am discussing this topic, the trolls like to come in, whether they are hitting me with the not all men or they're like, actually, you have no idea what you're talking about. Rape culture doesn't exist.
Although, since I decided to look into where he's been, he has since announced an upcoming comedy tour. Of the many, many, many men in Hollywood to be accused of some form of sexually inappropriate behavior, the Aziz Ansari allegations are particularly interesting to me because the actual story of what happened between Aziz Ansari and the woman who accused him of assault are so remnant of a lot of people's everyday sexual experiences that we haven't been taught to see as coercive, including my own. I asked earlier, how did Aziz Ansari go from wearing a Time's Up pin at the Golden Globes to support the Me Too movement to being outed as a sexual abuser himself? Well, ironically enough, him wearing that pin and the apparent contradiction of it is what propelled his accuser to speak up. Aziz Ansari's accuser was a 23-year-old Brooklyn photographer who published her own account of what happened to her in Babe.net. In her own words, this is what happened. She met Ansari at an event, and he brushed her off at first. But after he realized they both brought the same kind of camera to the event, an old model from the 80s, he was impressed. They flirted a little, he took 2 pictures of her, she snapped some of him, and then she and her date went back to the dance floor. She said it was like one of those things where you're aware of the other person all night. We would catch eyes every now and then. They ran into each other one last time, right as Grace was leaving. Her real identity is not known to us. Grace is an alias used for the story. At Ansari's suggestion, Grace put her number in his phone. When her plane landed back in New York the next day, she already had a message from him. They exchanged flirtatious banter over text for a week or so before he asked her to go out with him on Monday, September 25th. The date didn't go as planned. The night would end with Grace in an Uber home, in tears, messaging her friends about how Ansari behaved.
Also, never forget. Aziz Ansari is guilty of not being a mind reader. Thank you, Barry Weiss. Really, when there is a good take to be had, Barry Weiss is always going to deliver it, you know? She's always at the scene. Always. It's like either her or Brett Stevens with the, of course you have the worst fucking take. Yeah, she thought she ate with that. You know she thought she feasted with that. Aziz Ansari is guilty of not being a mind reader. I'm apparently the victim of sexual assault. And if you're a sexually active woman in the 21st century, chances are that you are too. So this attitude here is one that I have talked about before, where there are a lot of women who refuse to believe things like that people can be sexually coerced in the way that Grace said that she felt, because these women like Barry Weiss will use this as an opportunity to be like, not me. I'm a strong bitch. Okay. I'm an actual woman. I'm an actual woman with agency. It's the same thing as like when women who support misogynists, when they are, when they are pick-me's, when they support abusive men, it's because they want to feel like they that they have equal agency, all things considered. And it's this idea of like, if this happened to you, well, skill issue, right? Like they think, yeah, the problem is with you. The problem is with you. And the thing is, you're right, she's trolling, but it is true. If you're a sexually active woman in the 21st century, chances are that you're the victim of sexual assault. Yeah. Yeah. Sadly, that is the truth. Sadly. And for some women, especially depending of what generation they are of, it can take them a long time, if they at all come to terms with experiences they had where they were assaulted. And it's often that we will see women, and that's why you get like the women who defend these male sex abusers often are over a certain age. They are of a certain generation. And it's because it's like, well, this is just the way things have always been. And they have like deeply ingrained misogyny where they don't believe, or at least they've been taught this way, and they haven't come to terms with the truth of it all, that this behavior is wrong. Realizing what happened to you really does change you. I was so blissful before. Yes, it's also something where like people don't want to recognize and realize that they are victims of something like sexual assault. Nobody wants to be a victim of sexual assault. And it's a reason why many of us have like pretended otherwise. And, sometimes you can only do that for so long. Barry Weiss could say the sky is blue and I would be questioning my eyesight. Yeah, she's pretty fucking terrible.
She spoke to Babe.net where she published this story. They spoke to the first friend she told about it and reviewed the messages on her phone. The day after the incident, she wrote a long text to Ansari saying, quote, "I just want to take this moment to make you aware of your behavior and how uneasy it made me." To that message, Ansari responds, "Clearly I misread things in the moment and I am truly sorry." The mobile phone number from which his texts to her were sent matches up with his details on a searchable public register. They spoke to Grace and she said, "When we met, Ansari had just won Best Actor for his Netflix show Master of None at the Golden Globes, where he declared his support for the fight against sexual assault and harassment by wearing a Time's Up pin on the red carpet. Grace said it was surreal to be meeting up with Ansari, a successful comedian and major celebrity, and she was excited for their date. Before meeting Ansari, Grace told friends and coworkers about the date and consulted her go-to group chat about what she should wear to fit the cocktail chic dress code he gave her. She settled on a tank top dress and jeans. After arriving at his apartment in Manhattan on Monday evening, they exchanged small talk and drank wine. It was white, she said.
The other problem with the Aziz Ansari situation is that this was still in the wake of Harvey Weinstein. And it's when people started to hold up Harvey Weinstein as the bar, right? So anything that was not Harvey Weinstein or you know, similarly like a Bill Cosby started to have kind of, you know, a side eye where it's like, well, wait a second. Okay, I got on board with Harvey Weinstein being a monster, right? Me too. I supported it because look at how extensive Harvey Weinstein's abuse was. And fuck that guy. But then when other stories started being reported on, like this one, which is not Harvey Weinstein and is that complicated gray area, and is one woman as opposed to like dozens of women, including many famous celebrity women. This was unfortunately not well received, and also because it was reported on by Babe.net, which was not the outlet that should have been reporting this story. When it comes to stories of sexual misconduct, it needs to be handled as sensitively and by people who have experience writing and reporting on these kinds of stories because of what the reception by the public will be.
I didn't get to choose and I prefer red, but it was white wine. Then Ansari walked her to Grand Banks, an oyster bar on board a historic wooden schooner on the Hudson River just a few blocks away. She said it was a beautiful, warm September night. They discussed NYU, comedy, and a new secret project he was working on. She said she did most of the talking. Grace said she sensed Ansari was eager for them to leave. She said when the waiter came over, he quickly asked for the check and he said, like, let's get off this boat. She recalls that there was still wine in her glass and more left in the bottle he ordered. The abruptness surprised her. Like he got the check and then it was bada boom, bada bing, we're out of there. They walked the 2 blocks back to his apartment building, an exclusive address on Tribeca's Franklin Street. When they walked back in, she complimented his marble countertops. According to Grace, Ansari turned the compliment into an invitation. He said something along the lines of, how about you hop up and take a seat? Within moments, he was kissing her. She said in a second, his hand was on my breast. Then he was undressing her, then he undressed himself. She remembers feeling uncomfortable at how quickly things escalated. When Ansari told her he was going to grab a condom within minutes of their first kiss, Grace voiced her hesitation explicitly. She said, I said something like, whoa, let's relax for a second, let's chill. She says he then resumed kissing her, briefly performed oral sex on her, and asked her to do the same thing to him. She did, but not for long. She said it was really quick. Everything was pretty much touched and done within 10 minutes of hooking up, except for actual sex. She says Ansari began making a move on her that he repeated during their encounter. The move he kept doing, she says, was taking his 2 fingers in a V shape and putting them in my throat to wet his fingers, because the moment he'd stick his fingers in my throat, he'd go straight for my vagina and try to finger me. Grace called the move the claw. Ansari also physically pulled her hand toward his penis multiple times throughout the night, from the time he first kissed her on the countertop onward. He probably moved my hand to his dick 5 to 7 times, she said. He really kept doing it after I moved it away. But the main thing was that he wouldn't let her move away from him. She compared the path they cut across his apartment to a football play. She said it was 30 minutes of me getting up and moving and him following and sticking his fingers down my throat again. It was really repetitive. It felt like a game. Throughout the course of her short time in the apartment, she said she used verbal and non-verbal cues to indicate how uncomfortable and distressed she was. She said most of my discomfort was expressed in me pulling away and mumbling. I know that my hand stopped moving at some point, she said. I stopped moving my lips and turned cold. Whether Ansari didn't notice Grace's reticence or knowingly ignored it is impossible for her to say. I know I was physically giving off cues that I wasn't interested. I don't think that was noticed at all, or if it was ignored. Ansari wanted to have sex. She said she...
How did I not hear these details at the time? Okay, so first of all, the Aziz Ansari story was treated by many as the Me Too movement going too far. And now, unfortunately, this kind of seems to be the more common than not expressed sentiments regarding the Me Too movement, where there was a lot of support when Grace told about her encounter with Aziz, but this was specifically seen as, okay, now the movement's gone too far. But I think this is actually a good representation of the turning point in the Me Too movement, and how now so many instances of sexual coercion like this are the victims, those who come forward, they're demonized, and that the Me Too movement overall is seen as something that was just a way to target men. And so, the reason why you didn't know the details is, one, like I said, it was reported on first by babe.net, which was the wrong outlet to be reporting this. And so from the get-go, it really didn't stand a chance. And two, you had a lot of public figures who were mocking Grace, who were saying things like, "I'm sorry that you had a bad date." And because Aziz Ansari is he's famous, but he's not that famous. And it was basically, this was painted as, yeah, it was a crappy date with the guy who stars in, one of the stars of Parks and Recreation. So that's how this was. That's how this story pretty much ended up being seen as.
Remember him asking again and again, "Where do you want me to you?" while she was still seated on the countertop. She said she found the question tough to answer because she said she didn't want to him at all. I wasn't really even thinking of that. I didn't want to be engaged in that with him, but he kept asking, so I said, "Next time." And he goes, "Oh, you mean second date?" And I go, "Oh yeah, sure." And he goes, "Well, if I poured you another glass of wine now, would it count as our second date?" He then poured her a glass and handed it to her. She excused herself to the bathroom soon after. Grace says she spent around 5 minutes in the bathroom collecting herself in the mirror and splashing herself with water. Then she went back to Ansari. He asked her if she was okay, and she said, "I said I don't want to feel forced because then I'll hate you, and I'd rather not hate you." She told Babe that at first she was happy with how he reacted. He said, "Oh, of course, it's only fun if we're both having fun." The response was technically very sweet and acknowledging the fact that I was very uncomfortable. So verbally in that moment, he acknowledged that I needed to take it slow. Then he said, "Let's just chill over there on the couch." This moment is particularly significant for Grace because she thought that would be the end of the sexual encounter. Her remark about not wanting to feel forced had added a verbal component to the cue she was trying to give him about her discomfort. When she sat down on the floor next to Ansari, who sat on the couch, she thought he might rub her back or play with her hair, something to calm her down. Ansari instructed her to turn around. He sat back and pointed to his penis and motioned for me to go down on him, and I did. I think I just felt really pressured. It was literally the most unexpected thing I thought would happen at that moment because I told him I was uncomfortable. Soon he pulled her back up onto the couch. She would tell her friend via text later that night. He made out with me again and says, "Doesn't look like you hate me." Halfway into
I think the sad thing too is how many people have experienced something like this. And so when Grace came forward with her story, they were like, "Oh, shut up, everybody." who amongst us hasn't gone through this, where it's like, this is the normalization that we're talking about, okay? This is how this behavior continues, because it's so normalized and it's so accepted. And that is rape culture. This is what we talk about when we talk about rape culture, is how normalized that is. Of course, a lot of people have been in this situation that Grace was in. It does not make it okay. I had a sketchy night with a guy where I had to firmly physically stop him from kissing me and kicked him out after hinting multiple times I had no interest in him. I didn't think much of it, though, till years later when he raped a coworker. I tried to help her with the court case, but there wasn't enough proof to get a conviction. Yeah, so the whole not thinking too much about it is because of how we are not taught to believe that, like, that is bad behavior that should not be normalized.
The encounter, he led her from the couch to a different part of his apartment. He said he had to show her something. Then he brought her to a large mirror, bent her over, and asked her again, "Where do you want me to f you? Do you want me to f you right here?" He rammed his penis against her ass while he said it, pantomiming intercourse. She said, "I just remember looking in the mirror and seeing him behind me. He was very much caught up in the moment, and I obviously very much wasn't. After he bent me over is when I stood up and said, 'No, I don't think I'm ready to do this.' And he said, 'How about we just chill, but this time with our clothes on?' They got dressed, sat side by side on the couch they'd already chilled on, and he turned on an episode of Seinfeld. She'd never seen it before. She said that's when the reality of what was going on sank in. It really hit me that I was violated. I felt really emotional all at once when we sat down there, that whole experience was actually horrible. While the TV played in the background, he kissed her again, stuck his fingers down her throat again, and moved to undo her pants. She turned away. She remembers feeling in a different mindset at that point, she said. I remember saying, 'You guys are all the same. You guys are all the same.' And Sari asked her what she meant, and when she turned to answer, she says he met her with gross, forceful kisses. After that last kiss, Grace stood up from the couch, moved back to the kitchen island where she left her phone, and said she would call herself a car. He hugged her and kissed her goodbye, another aggressive kiss. When she pulled away, he finally relented and insisted he'd call her the car. He said, 'It's coming, but just tell them your name is Essence.' She said, a name he has joked about using as a pseudonym in his sitcom. She teared up in the hallway outside his place, pressing the down button on the elevator. The Uber was waiting when she left the building. He asked if she was Essence. She said yes, and then she rode back to her Brooklyn apartment. I cried the whole ride home. At that point, I felt violated. That last hour was so out of my hand. Reading Aziz Ansari's accuser's account of what she experienced really struck me, because I've been her. I know many women who've been her. In fact, I've been her many times, and I think there's something especially painful, startling, and even like panic-inducing when you actually realize that you've been her, that you've had sexual experiences that weren't so consensual, where you felt situationally pressured to do something, where someone ignored your quiet protests, your pulling away, your gentle excuses to leave, so you just got it over with, and you tell yourself it was consensual.
Yeah, and you either take the route of being like, yeah, I've been in that position, so has everybody. Like, this is just how it goes. Like, this is how sex is. Or you go the other way and you recognize how prevalent this is and why we have to speak out so that we push our culture forward when it comes to sexual misconduct, when it comes to this type of all too common coercion. And unfortunately, we are stuck in we are stuck right now in a spot where the conversation is always focusing on the men who have been accused, especially when they are celebrities. And we ask about, well, what about them? And what about their careers and what's happened to them? And how long should it be until they're allowed back in? And we never ask about what the victims who speak up, what it is that they want, why it is that they are speaking up, what future we should be we should be striving for, like what changes we need to make in society. And the truth is that often in these instances, Aziz Ansari, he's been on tour, he's talked about this multiple times. He gets to he gets to be his thoughts on this get to be the thoughts that dominate, and what he has to say on the subject is what people hear. And Grace, who used a pseudonym because she was terrified of what what would happen if people knew her name, has never spoken on this again because she was so ridiculed. And luckily she didn't use her real name, and that's another reason why a lot of times people don't use their real names, because they see the way that the court of public opinion and the media treats them.
Or maybe you repress the memories altogether, or you work up the strength like Aziz Ansari's accuser did, like I've done, to tell a man you didn't like what he did, that you didn't want to have sex with him, that he ignored your indications that you didn't want to do that. I've been Grace, and I understand plain as day why what Aziz Ansari did was a violation and the trauma that comes with that. And I also understand exactly how Ansari could have somehow believed what he was doing was okay. He believed it was okay because it was normal in the rape culture that we live in that constantly affirms that kind of conduct. Reading Grace's account of the night, I understood immediately that Aziz likely began that night thinking sex was the foregone conclusion, that he took her to a bar near his apartment and rushed through the date because it was just a formality.
To play devil's advocate, I think it can be a problem if we center that conversation on just Aziz. First of all, I hate the devil's advocate thing because most of the time people aren't using that correctly. That's not what's happening here. Olay is specifically focused on Aziz as an example, but what she and what I are talking about is not Aziz Ansari individually. We're talking about the culture at large, with him simply as an example of what we're talking about. It's different when we look at this as a stain on his soul or whatever. It is a common practice that we need to fight against. Are you not listening to... Sometimes I swear that there are chatters who you straight up, you do the thing where you want to say what you have to say and you're not listening at all to what we're talking about. Because if you were listening to even a couple moments of either what I'm saying or what Ole is saying, yeah, we're talking about how this is endemic to society. We're talking about changing the culture, man. Have you been listening? I've been here 5 seconds and I get what's going on. Whenever, whatever issue we're talking about, if we're zeroing in on one example, it's always about the problem at large. Ay. Rue McGuire, thank you for the gifted sub. But why male models? Seriously? But why? I need that as an emote, please. I'm going to put. I need the but why male models emote, because it happens once a stream. I'm bro, are you serious, Derek? I just told you. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, we're almost done with this.
In his mind, a precursor to the sex he thought was implied. I know exactly how he would have seen it as perfectly normal to immediately start trying to rush her into sex the minute they entered his home, because he thought it was implied that he wants to have sex and would be getting sex if he took this young woman home. In his mind, he figured she should know that he wanted to have sex by taking her for drinks and bringing her back there. I actually could believe that he somehow believed that her many feigned attempts at getting him to slow down was just an act. I understand it, because those are the norms that create the rape culture we call our dating culture. Those are the norms I've experienced as a woman dating in New York City, but it's not unique to New York City.
I want to run that back.
The sex he thought was implied. I know exactly how he would have seen it as perfectly normal to immediately start trying to rush her into sex the minute they entered his home, because he thought it was implied that he wants to have sex and would be getting sex if he took this young woman home. In his mind, he figured she should know that he wanted to have sex by taking her for drinks and bringing her back there. I actually could believe that he somehow believed that her many feigned attempts at getting him to slow down was just an act. I understand it, because those are the norms that create the rape culture we call our dating culture. Those are the norms I've experienced as a woman dating in New York City, but it's not unique to New York City. I think, just as my class had no trouble convicting Rusk, but struggled to convict Berkowitz, I think there are many people who maybe had a much easier time condemning or seeing as monsters other men who've been accused of sexual assault, like the R. Kellys and the Bill Cosbys and the Weinsteins and the Epsteins, but might have struggled to see what Aziz Ansari did the same way, because it would change how many of us see and feel about our own sexual experiences.
This right there. That's what I'm also talking about, where it is easy to look at a Jeffrey Epstein and his fucking Lolita-ass, pedophile plane and his island of pedophiles and be like, that man's a monster. I would never, ever, ever do something like, I've never done anything close to what Jeffrey Epstein has done. So you can separate out Jeffrey Epstein, monster, from, what you've done in your own life. Like, that's an easy separation. Same with Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby, R. Kelly. Those are like very clear monsters. The other stuff, which is the other, the other behavior we're talking about, abuse we're talking about here, is like sexual misconduct we're talking about here, is what most sexual misconduct is, what most of rape culture is, and that's where it gets harder because of how many of us have experiences that are very much so like this. Few people will have the experiences of like the victims of a Jeffrey Epstein or Harvey Weinstein had. Mostly like because of who perpetrated that abuse. But the like going on a date and feeling pressured into sex and like trying to give off signals, or maybe like on the other side where you've been taught that that's how women do foreplay, and like, yeah, this is, clearly she knows that he knows I want to have sex. Like, that's unwritten type of thing. Like, those instances are much, much more common and are harder for us to talk about and to like recognize the problems with, because of how closely it resembles many of our experiences. Bratty Natty, thank you so much.
So many of us would be horrified to realize that we've been either Aziz or Grace, to realize that the things we thought were consensual or normal trials and tribulations of the dating world are bad. In fact, I know this because I stumbled on a New York Times op-ed by a woman refusing to see what Aziz did as sexual assault because she said it would mean that we've all been sexually assaulted. She was so close to getting it, and that's really what I want.
Is it okay if as a man I was coerced into sex by a woman? No. And I'm sorry that happened to you, and I know you're new to this community, but you've got it all backwards. I talk about this issue all the time. This is something that I commonly talk about. I talk about sexual abuse. I talk about rape culture. No, as a man, being abused is not okay. And it's frustrating to me. And like I said, I am sorry that you experienced this. But it's frustrating that men will come in here often with this attitude in response to what I'm talking about, as if I would ever think that a man being coerced into sex, a man being the victim of sexual abuse is fine. Like, that's what drives me fucking nuts. And I know this person has an ad, and I don't care because I'm going to finish this video and, like, watch the VOD later. But I'm sick and fucking tired of it, okay? I'm sick and tired, and you have my empathy, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to let you be stupid. It doesn't mean that I'm going to, like, oh, my heart goes out to you, and I'm not going to recognize exactly how obtuse you're being here. It's these little gotcha statements. Exactly. Where these dudes, usually first-time chatters, will always come in and think that they're going to pull the rug out from under me, gotcha, by being like, oh, so you care about ending rape culture? I bet you don't care that as a man, I was raped. Like, we know what you're doing. Yes. I'm genuinely curious where you stand. No. And I'm telling you, it's not genuine curiosity. You are being purposefully obtuse. Because nowhere have I indicated in the 27 minutes of covering this video that I think men being sexually coerced, being victims of rape culture is cool. You're doing the just asking questions. Oh, I'm just curious. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing, and if you take a look at your own chat history, you will see why I understand very well what you are doing here. And let me tell you, you're not the first person. I've got a lot of experience dealing with chatters like this, so what I would suggest is next time you think you're going to get me, don't even try. Because there is no gotcha. There is no, I'm just asking questions. I'm just curious on your take. You know exactly what you are doing.
Want us to tackle. This video is not about trying to convince you Aziz Ansari is or isn't a monster. Quite the opposite, really. I'm trying to point out how our society unwittingly creates Azizes, even to the shock and dismay of the Azizes themselves, men who think they're against rape, that they support victims. Because in our society, rape, sexual assault, and rape culture isn't always as clear and openly evil as the monster who physically attacks you or locks your car door. It comes in the forms of boys and men who've been taught to believe they're supposed to wear you down for sex, that your nose are just a game, a song and dance you're doing for them to wear you down because you're not a sexual being who can, should, or will explicitly say you want to have sex. It comes in the form of men who think that they're entitled to have sex with you if you go out with them. It's necessary that we teach everyone, maybe even boys and men in particular, but everyone, that they need enthusiastic consent, and that they should not be trying to manipulate, cajole, wear down, and finesse people into having sex with them. It's necessary, but it's not enough. We must also teach everyone that girls and women are sexual beings who can and should feel empowered to expressly want sex if they want, and that they shouldn't have to pretend not to want sex, or to be embarrassed, or to express that, or to feel compelled to do a song and dance. They shouldn't have to feel like sex is something that's taken from them or theirs to give away. We have to recognize how our sexist and gendered ideas about sex not only leave people vulnerable to being abused, it creates the abusers. We can't stop rape without understanding what rape culture is, how it functions, and how we root it out.
And here's my final thoughts, okay? Rape culture stems from our patriarchal power structures, all right? Rape culture, the majority of those who suffer because of rape culture, just like the main majority victims of rape are women. But rape culture hurts men because it contributes to this belief that men cannot be victims of sexual assault and rape. Rape culture is bad for men. It is bad for women. It is bad for our entire society. So when we talk about issues like sexual abuse, abuse of power, rape culture, all of this, men are the main perpetrators, and that does not mean that men are also not harmed by these things as well. So, a power structure that is in place to benefit one group of people will also result in causing harm to that group of people. And in this stream, we talk all the time about how toxic masculinity and patriarchal attitudes, which result in, prevailing rape culture, lead to a continued belief that men cannot be victims of sexual assault, that men are expected to behave a certain way, and if they don't, then they're not real men. Yeah, I'm going to link the video for you guys. Great vid. My point, I think my position was unfairly represented. Bro, your position was saying that you're playing devil's advocate because we're looking at just the instance of Aziz rather than the problem as a whole, which was just wrong. That's not what we were doing. Your position was not unfairly represented because you weren't understanding what Ole and myself were discussing here. My point earlier wasn't about trying to defend Aziz. No, oh my God, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm just out of patience. You're still not listening to me. I'm not saying that. I never said you were defending Aziz. I'm saying you must have had your fucking earplugs in. No, oh brother. Oh, Jesus Christ. No. See, you are here's what I'm saying. You're all the way over here. Okay. This isn't a debate. Just ban me? No, just shut the fuck up though, okay? You're being fucking stupid, honestly. That's all I can say. That's all. You're just, no, nothing. You're not responding to anything that I actually said, and you're fighting some ghost. I don't know, man. Jesus. God. I swear some of you must have skipped the lessons in school, which taught you how to actively listen. Some of you must have skipped that in elementary school. They always want the band so they have some sort of chip on their shoulder. Yes, they do. Yes. I need you guys to, chatters, I need you to understand too. I need you to understand. We're just speaking past. No, that's okay. I'm not addressing you anymore because there's no we here. We're just speaking past each other. No. No, we're not. No, we're not. Chatters, I need you to understand that whatever behavior you exhibit in chat, whatever annoying behavior you're exhibiting, we've seen this a bunch of times, okay? The mods, myself, other chatters, this is not unique. And the reason that we get throw up our hands and sometimes we laugh is because it's not original, because we've gone through this with so many of your type of chatters. But why male models? Yes, thank you. Thank you. We finally have the emote. Yes. We've been here before. We've been here so many times. So there is no trying to figure out what you're saying. It's just you're annoying. You're annoying. And we know why chatters will be like, just ban me, because they want to wear it as like some badge of honor. When it's like, no, you're just being annoying. I don't know what else to tell you. All right. What solutions do you think could be implemented on a systemic level to change this culture or behavior in society? Well, I think starting with education, right? I think education is still so severely lacking. I think the way that our legal system still protects abusers, I think, just even seeing Ole use a couple examples from law school of the definitions that vary state by state regarding what rape is and what it's not. Yeah, I think deconstructing gender norms from an early age. I mean, all of that education and that unnormalization of something like rape culture from a very young age. I think the responsibility of the media in not playing their continued role in perpetuating these really harmful stereotypes and myths. Hey, not sure if this is my actual first time in chat or not, but I'm glad to be informed on the sorry case through this conversation. Yeah, and I think Ole picked that one because I think it's a really great example of how the majority of rape culture and and a lot of the allegations against celebrities that so easily are dismissed and downplayed are ones like the Aziz Ansari situation. And that's because of how normal this is in our society, and so many people still refusing to understand why it's not consent and why it's coercion. Yeah, okay. So there's a couple ways, I think, too, just culturally we have to we have to be having these conversations in order to push our culture forward. Right? We have to switch the focus from the abuser, to the person guilty of bad behavior, to the people who have been victimized by it, the people who have spoken up about it. The men who are accused of stuff, we have to move the attention away from them. Stop asking questions about like, well, what about the effect that this will have on their career? Who we put the emphasis on, who we care about in the equation. I hate the criticism that the left just wants to talk about it but doesn't have any solutions, bro. The talking about it is the start of the solution. It's a necessary dialogue. Yeah, that's stupid to pretend that that these conversations are not important to be having as like a way to as a way to be working towards cultural changes. Literally what we're doing right now, talking about it, demystifying, illustrating, helping people realize the harm so they can make better choices, raising our kids, boys differently, normalizing softness and emotional expression needs in men. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that's why I use my platform to talk about this issue where, man, I have to hope that there's at least one person who's learned something in all the conversations that we've had in being like, damn, I didn't understand that that's what rape culture was. I didn't get that, like, you know, the whatever. No, it's just more people walking away being like, not all men. Come on. The Aziz example is something that for the most part would be considered a quote bad date, which it was not, but that because the larger society and attitudes and structures and lead people to think it is. The larger point is that it should not be considered normal. Yeah. All right. Well, this is always a topic that I am exhausted by. I am telling you that it takes a lot for me to keep talking about this, even though I want to. I do think it's important, and there's always some new, like, fuck-ass comments being made by whether it's Michael B. Jordan or whoever, that it's like, man, oh, this is why we have to just keep talking about this. We have to keep having these conversations, as exhausting as it is. As, like, as much as people want to just be so opposed to everything that I have to say, or not just me, but, like, you know, anybody who's talking about this stuff. Cap Nice, thank you for the 19 months. Bossa Nova, babe. Thank you. Gary, thank you. I mean, you're a streamer. It comes with the territory. Yeah, I know, but oh my God. I know. There's just still certain topics that I'm like, ugh, man, it might take talking about it 1,000 times before some people start to be like, okay, I'm listening. Here's some advice for men in here who feel attacked from a man older than 90% of you. You can have these moments of discomfort and grow from them and be a better person from it. Yes. Yeah. Whenever we're talking about something that you as a chatter may be guilty of the behavior that we are discussing, and trust that you are not going to be alone in that. But know that this is not about some individual witch hunt on you. And it's actually a good thing if you feel guilty, if you feel bad for, in your past, maybe having held bigoted viewpoints, for not understanding something like consent. It's good to feel, it's good to have feelings on it, because it means that you are recognizing why it was wrong, and that you actually have a fucking soul, that you actually have humanity, and you want to do better. You know, it's like, let's say that you for a long time believed that Palestinians were the bad guys, and that Palestinians, like all Arabs, just only know violence, and that's all that this is about. And then you learned something, and you came to understand that you were severely misinformed and misguided, and that sense of like feeling terribly about the beliefs that you had held, but that with the, with what you have learned, with the perspectives that you have been introduced to, that you move past that. And that's called progress, right? That's a good thing. That's a good thing. And that is always the thing that we care about. It's not that once upon a time, you were somebody who were, thought this group of people, whatever, or whatever things that you've been guilty of, which, like I said, is probably something that a lot of us have been guilty of. The measure of who you are is not, did you once upon a time, like, think it was okay to say this slur, or think that, think this really hateful thing about immigrants. That's not how we measure you. It's, who are you now? What are you doing to individually progress and also contribute to our culture and our society moving forward? Like, yeah, are you evolving? Have you learned? We've all done something that we're not proud of. Recognizing this and changing your way of thinking and acting is a process that's always difficult, but there's nothing wrong with it. You don't have to feel personally attacked and defensive all the time. Yes, indeed. Dick Cheney's oil money. Thank you for the 19 months. Okay. Okay. Let's take a look at why were there protests in Hollywood over the new Captain America movie? And no, it's not because it sucks, even though the reviews are in and it's not great. Happy 30th birthday, Pure Scale. Wishing you a good one.
What's going
on? Actually, I'm going to see here. Okay. All right. It seems the Sabra part was really smaller, got cut. Has anybody seen the movie? Has anybody seen it yet? Yeah, hummus mention? Oh God, no. Oh yes, I forgot BDS. That was a test. That was a test, one, to see if you are going against what BDS has asked, and two, if you like shitty Marvel films. Because I was going to say, this is the type of movie that BDS or not, I am not lining up for. But I'm curious to know, how big the role of Sabra, the Israeli IDF superhero, is in the film. Okay, Captain America script leaked exterior army base. Captain Falcon, you're right, Sabra. Israel does have the right to defend itself. Yeah, so Marvel, which famously does not have superheroes who are nationalistic, Sabra is the one and only. Okay, so let's look at what's going on here. No, you guys, that's fake. That is fake.
You can't hide. We taught you a genocide. Sabra, what do you say?
Yeah, I read David Ehrlich's review. He did not fuck with this movie.
How many kids have you killed today?
Okay, so that was a protest going on. I'm looking forward to taking my family to this movie. Wanted to get back into the MCU. Am I not supposed to? Well, what I would say is if you want to get back into the MCU, I wouldn't do it this film. The protest aside, it's supposed to be really bad. Like, that's what I'm saying. You know, I'm like making jokes, but also being serious in that this movie is supposed to suck ass. It's not getting good reviews. Okay, so let's look at why there were protests that were taking place. Several dozen pro-Palestine protesters gathered Tuesday outside the Hollywood premiere of Captain America: Brave New World and called for a boycott of the film over its inclusion of the Israeli superhero Ruth Bat Saraf, aka Sabra, played by Shira Haas. So here's a fun fact about the Israeli actress Shira Haas. She volunteered for the IDF. She was excused, like she was exempt from the IDF, and she volunteered for it, which is weird. You know, it's one thing to it's one thing as an Israeli to not refuse your service. It's another thing to be exempt in the first place and to still join the IDF regardless. You know? I think that's strange. And people will be like, yeah, well, she enlisted because she joined the military band and theater unit. It's like, that's bad. Like, I don't care that she's a theater kid, all right? Being a theater kid ain't an excuse. And I say that as a theater kid. One of the icks of Sabra in this movie is the character basically has no personality and role and could have literally been anyone else and it wouldn't change a single thing. They just insist on this nothing character being Sabra. Yeah, I also read that apparently they had too many characters, so they were like cutting other ones. They cut I'm trying to find the character's name. Eli Bradley, who was introduced in the original Disney Plus TV series, was left out of the movie. Like, so they made this bizarre decision to cut out. Wait, Eli is in it. Oh, okay. Maybe they changed that then. That was something from a while back. Fuck, I'm trying to remember. You guys, this is the problem, is that I don't know Marvel shit, so like I don't recognize the character names, so they don't stick in my head. I don't know. Okay, anyway, moving on. So, still a strange decision to include this character that's not a big Marvel character that has a, you know, pretty controversial history, and to put that character in this film at this time. Protesters held signs that read, Sabra has gotta go, Disney supports genocide, boycott Captain America, pray for Princess Jasmine. They chanted phrases such as free Palestine and Disney can hide. The inclusion of Sabra, who is a Mossad agent in the comics, sparked controversy among Palestinian fans in 2022. Marvel soon released a statement assuring that it is taking a new approach to the character for Brave New World. While our characters and stories are inspired by the comics, but like, why would you include this character anyway? They're always freshly imagined for the screen in today's audience, and the filmmakers are taking a new approach with the character Sabra, who was first introduced in the comics over 40 years ago. Brave New World producer Nate Moore added in February that Sabra is not Mossad in the film and works in the U.S. government instead. So that's the same thing, by the way. Hi! Oh. Okay, so she's not specifically Mossad. She's not specifically in Israel's national intelligence agency, but she works for the United States government. So how does that change really anything? Yeah, she's on loan to the US government. Yeah, not Mossad, just CIA. What we thought was interesting was a lot of the characters in the film revolve around President Thaddeus Ross, played by Harrison Ford. Ruth works within the government under Ross, so her perspective on that character and Sam's perspective sort of put them on a collision course. She's first generation Israeli, but she works within the U.S. government. Literally no reason to put a niche-ass hero in a film like this. Yeah, especially given the fucking current environment. Sabra's first appearance in Marvel Comics was in an early 1980s issue of The Incredible Hulk, which I have an example of here. Yeah, okay. This is like wild. Okay. The military are in no shape to go after the Hulk. That leaves me to stop the monster before he menaces the rest of Tel Aviv. Not as policewoman Ruth Ben Sarah, of course, but as Sabra, superheroine of the state of Israel. Editor's note, the word Sabra denotes a native-born Israeli, the name derived from an indigenous form of fruit, a prickly pear possessed of a sweet interior and a spiny outer surface to protect from its enemies. So we will get to the Sabra controversial element of this in a moment, but there is a painful history, a painful Palestinian and Lebanese history is associated with the word Sabra. And the massacre, the Sabra and Shatila massacres that happened took place in 1982. And this character, this superhero, Sabra, was also introduced in the 80s. Let me get the exact date. When was Sabra first introduced? Marvel. It just says early 1980s. Sabra made her debut in the Marvel Comics in 1980 and has been in roughly 50 comic books. Yeah, so this is being used as like evidence that the character name of Sabra has nothing to do with the massacres. But what I would say is like, okay, so the massacres happened 2 years after this character was introduced, and it's one of those where the association for Palestinian and Lebanese is going to be a very, very painful one. Aside from, you know, the propaganda that this character served to, you know, in Marvel Comics, and how Marvel played a role just like many of our cultural institutions in propagating in propagating the Israeli narrative. But it's like, yeah, change the fucking name. It's been 40 years where you have a superhero who was initially a Mossad agent and who kills Palestinian children in the comics, whose name is Sabra. And 2 years after this character was introduced, there was a horrific, horrific massacre at the Sabra refugee camp. Okay, so let me finish reading this. So that's why they have that editor's note there. Quilled cape streaming behind her, the female fury soars into the skies of Tel Aviv. She is determined to preserve her homeland from the ravages of the Hulk. Boy died because, this is Hulk speaking, boy died because boy's people and yours both want to own land. Boy died because you wouldn't share. They also never mention the word Palestinian. It's just like, it's just point blank Arab. Boy died because of 2 old books that say his people and yours must fight and kill for land. For an instant, Sabra prepares to give chase. She is, after all, an Israeli super agent, a soldier, a weapon of war. But she's also a woman, capable of feeling, capable of caring. This is a good line. It has taken the Hulk to make her see this dead Arab boy as a human being. It has taken a monster to awaken her own sense of humanity. So Sabra's claim to fame is that she's appeared in 3 comics where she's either fighting Hulk or Arabian people, causing Hulk to shed tears at the death of a Palestinian child that she didn't see as human until Hulk crashed out. Also, she's a cop. Okay, so this was like 2 years ago that Marvel first announced that they were going to bring the Israeli superhero Sabra, that they were going to introduce her into the universe via Captain America: New World Order. The announcement drew a wave of criticism from pro-Palestine advocates. To say that an Israeli superhero named Sabra is problematic and offensive to all the Palestinians killed and dispossessed by Israeli colonialism is the understatement of the century. Sabra first debuted in the 1980s in the Incredible Hulk comics. This is how Arabs are presented in Sabra's first appearance in Marvel Comics. The word Palestinian is never used. An Arab child in the comic who is an illiterate liar and thief is killed by black-veiled bombers so Sabra can cry over them. Literally shoot and cry propaganda. The character will be played by Israeli actress Shira Haas. Imagine if anybody introduced a Palestinian hero into any mainstream film or show, corporate media would be shitting their pants. Oh, there would be an anti-Semitic. Users online noted that the name Sabra is offensive. I'm just going to skip that because we're going to watch a little video. Marvel announced Sabra as a new character when she's a Mossad and Israel propaganda character just 1 week before the 40th commemoration of the Sabra and Shatila massacre. It's just sickening. Sabra is pretty intrinsically tied to the idea of settlement for Israel. It should have been controversial to name her that even pre-massacre. In the comics, Sabra is the first superhuman agent to serve the Israeli security agency Mossad. The film's plot and how it will address the Israeli-Palestinian conflict are not yet known. I always found it humorous that Israelis chose the Sabra, prickly pear, as a symbol. It's an invasive, non-native plant brought from abroad and is a pain to get out of your land. Okay, so what was the Sabra and Shatila massacre?
1982, a campaign of killing took place at the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps in Lebanon. What happened was described by the UN as an act of genocide. With the backing of invading Israeli forces, a right-wing Lebanese Christian armed group called the Phalange attacked the Palestinian camps in Beirut. According to multiple reports, up to 3,500 men, women, and children were killed. For nearly 40 hours, civilians were raped, tortured, and mutilated. The Phalange had gone into the camps claiming they were looking for fighters from the Palestinian Liberation Organization, who they wrongly blamed for the assassination of their leader, Lebanese President-elect Bashir Gemayel. The Phalange and the PLO were fighting on opposite sides of Lebanon's civil war. And just a few months earlier, Israel's army had invaded. Allied with the Phalangists, it surrounded the camps, and on the orders of Israeli Defense Minister Ariel Sharon, the Phalangists went in. And while the massacre was taking place, Israel's army was accused of standing by and letting it happen.
أنا كنت وقت انصرفت شيل تحف وتنزل فوق بعض. ايه بجورة هاي كلها هيدي جورة غميقة أنا شفته كنت واقف على هيدا.
The killings provoked international condemnation. The UN said Israel was directly guilty of involvement. An Israeli judicial commission concluded that Ariel Sharon was personally responsible and called for him to be dismissed from his position. He resigned, but in 2001 was elected as prime minister. No one has ever been put on trial over Sabra and Shatila. Decades later, survivors and their relatives are still demanding accountability.
Yeah, it's just a horrifying, very, very painful part of history for, you know, in a very long, painful history for Palestinians and Lebanese. The death toll was estimated between 2,000 and 3,500 civilians, but even beyond that, there are many harrowing testimonies from those who survived the massacre that attest to the mutilation, the rape, the mass graves. Like, images were aired on television, and that is what led to global outrage. And so that is to explain why the word Sabra, you know, the reference to the historical reference of Sabra has very painful memories attached to it. And
what's going on?
I don't know if they changed the name for this Captain America film. I was reading something that like Marvel had said that Disney was like, well, we're going to change the name from Sabra because they are aware of how Sabra conjures up like memories of this horrific massacre. They do not use her superhero name, only her civilian name. Yes. I mean, it doesn't change the fact that it's still fucked up that there is an Israeli superhero who's like being played by a former IDF volunteer in the newest Captain America with what is happening right now in Palestine, in Palestinian territories.
What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and in this video we're going to talk about Sabra. I'm going to give you the closest thing we get to her origin in Marvel Comics because she doesn't fully have one, but she is, at least in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, being referred to as the Israeli Captain America. First things first, in Marvel Comics, that's never what she was. There's never been a time in the history of Marvel Comics that I'm aware of where Sabra had donned the moniker of being the Israeli Captain America. There's no Weapons Plus involved in her history. And for those of you guys who don't know the significance of Weapons Plus, we'll talk about that here in a minute because it's very
then what is the point of her being in this fucking movie?
Very important to understanding why Captain America existed in the first place and why she's different and really not related in any capacity to Captain America. But the thing about this is that the closest we get to her origin is really covered in only a couple different comics. Everything else is just fluff. The first of these is the Incredible Hulk issue number 256 by Bill Mantlo, and the second is is X-Men Volume 2, issue number 67, written by Scott Lobdell as part of the Operation Zero Tolerance story, which we'll also talk about that here in a second. But the overall gist of this is, if we really want to go with like the cameo she had in Incredible Hulk issue number 250, when the Silver Surfer was on Earth, he had basically flown through Tel Aviv airspace and just kind of scanned the area and basically revealed to us as the reader that there is a superpowered being there named Sabra. But in the Incredible Hulk issue number 256, that's where Sabra and the Incredible Hulk fight. And the way this played out is that
Another tidbit of comic writers being political, they based Magneto's more violent and obsessive behavior in the 70s after Zionist Israeli politicians. Oh, damn, I did not know
the way
that.
of his own story, the Incredible Hulk had basically
interesting.
shown up on the shores of Tel Aviv as the Incredible Hulk. And essentially, Sabra was working as a police officer who was actually a spy at the time, but she was a police officer who had been stationed there. And when the Incredible Hulk showed up and basically started attacking the place, it led to her calling the police, but the military responded instead. Now, again, the reason why was because there were things going on with Bill Mantlow's run of the Incredible Hulk, Operation Greenskin, General Talbot, different things like that. But in general, on a broad scale, the Incredible Hulk was considered a threat on the national level in any country he showed up in. So that's usually why when you see stories like the first appearance of Wolverine in the Incredible Hulk, when the Incredible Hulk showed up in Canada, basically special forces were sent to respond. Wolverine was considered Canada's special project as part of Weapons Plus being Weapon X. And again, we'll talk about that in relation to Captain America here in a second. But the thing about
She modeled the character on then Israeli opposition leader Menachem Begin.
that is the fight between the two of them was relatively short-lived in the sense that almost as soon as she emerged and announced herself as basically being Sabra, the superheroine of the Israeli state, that the Incredible Hulk had started to morph back into Bruce Banner and basically escaped. Now, he ended up taking off into the city of Tel Aviv and then came across a young boy who he befriended. The downside of this is around the time that happened, basically people busted in, they ended up bombing the place and shooting the place up, and the little kid died. And so in response to that, the Incredible Hulk manifests as a result of Banner's anger over the death of this kid, and that draws the attention of Sabra. A fight breaks out between the two of them. We're given some display of her power in the sense that she can shoot these barbs that basically start to weaken the Incredible Hulk. This is on top of all the other powers she has: flight, super strength, durability. In effect, the powers of Superman, because those things are given out like candy in this day and age. And so in a weakened state and realizing that he has to recover, the Incredible Hulk grabs the kid and then takes off. That's when Sabra follows suit, and then when she arrives at where the Incredible Hulk landed, we come to the realization she thinks the Incredible Hulk killed the kid. But when Banner responds, or when the Incredible Hulk responds and saying, "I'm not the one who killed this kid," it was actually the conflict between these warring groups of people in this part of the world that led to the death of this kid, that ultimately the Incredible Hulk takes off. And Sabra is just kind of left there to come to terms with the fact that this giant war is showing a sort of casualty. Now, the significance of why that mattered to her on such a level was not fully explained until 20 some odd years later when we got to Operation Zero Tolerance. Now, Operation Zero Tolerance was basically just another story Marvel had published at the time, which was just like, there's a guy named Bastion who wants to kill the mutant population, because who doesn't in Marvel Comics? And it just kind of followed.
I don't know why, but that I don't know why. That energy is giving the one line that's quoted all the time where it's like America will invade a country in the Middle East and then 20 years later make a movie about how they felt sad.
That form and function. In relation to Sabra, we didn't get a ton of information here, but one of the things that we learned is that at some point in the past, her son was killed in a terrorist attack. Hence the reason why the death of this
North Star is Jewish, Sasquatch is also Jewish, and Magneto is Jewish. Why the fuck do we need the superhero of an apartheid state? Maybe Marvel should start writing the first issue of Johannes, the first dual superhero, both 80s South Africa and Rhodesia. Yeah, and remember, guys, this isn't an issue of like a superhero being Jewish. This is a superhero being specifically Israeli, and one whose origins is in being a part of the Israeli Central Intelligence Agency. That like her by day, she is literally a police officer. She is an agent of Mossad. And her role is to oppress and brutalize Palestinians, and how the inclusion of an Israeli superhero and whatever changes they've made, I don't know, but still with like the history of this character and it having not a connection really to Captain America, and is a character that like is not a huge character or, you know, an exciting character for Marvel fans. And yet they still chose to include this character with the current political situation of that's been going on for the last year and a half, where they had plenty of time to make the decision to like not include this character.
This young kid in the Incredible Hulk story had hit her so hard. But the other part of this origin, which is actually given to us in Marvel Superheroes Volume 2, issue number 6, and does have some important components, so we really should cover it here. But this origin basically revealed that at the early days of her life when she was a little kid, she was moved to a kibbutz, I think is how you pronounce it, but it was basically an Israeli settlement, and this was done partly because of the fact that she had powers that had manifested because she was actually a mutant and really nothing else. Now, what ended up happening is that once her powers did manifest, she was rolled into Israeli Secret Service, also known as the Mossad, which was their version of the Weapons Plus program. Now, this is when we start to get into the nature of like Captain America and that kind of stuff, and how she's not exactly that way. So when it comes to Captain America in Marvel Comics, conventional wisdom and even the original stories would tell you that Captain America was just an experiment to create a super soldier by the US government, and that was it. And again, that's the way it was originally. When Grant Morrison started writing the X-Men, he turned that entire mythos on its head. And for reasons that we're not going to get into here, what we ended up discovering is that Captain America was actually called Weapon 1. That's what Project Rebirth was. The entire basis behind Steve Rogers becoming a super soldier, even though he had no idea this was the case, was to basically contain and control the mutant threat, kind of the precursor to Project Wide Awake in Marvel Comics. The intention behind Weapon 1, which was ran by the overarching Weapons Plus program, is that Captain America going into World War II was a field test. If he demonstrated the ability to operate as an effective super soldier, then when the war was over and he was brought back home, his mind would be wiped. He'd be given whatever programming he was supposed to have been given, and he would go forward operating on behalf of Weapons Plus to contain and control the rising mutant population.
This creator
As
will
we
go
know,
down the Marvel Comics rabbit hole. Yeah, I can tell.
He was basically frozen in a block of ice and was believed to have been dead. So what Weapons Plus did is they started focusing on other weapon projects. Weapon 2, Weapon 3, Weapon 4, going all the way up to Weapon X, also known as Weapon 10 or Wolverine. And of course that led to things like Deadpool and Emma Frost and so on and so forth. But the importance behind this is that with Captain America's project, while it was super top secret, it's all stuff that leaks out because they're intelligence agencies. Their job is to literally know things that are not supposed to be known. And so that's why in Russia, you had things like Department X, you had the Red Room, right, where Natasha Romanoff came from. Guys like Colossus were basically being kidnapped by the Russian government and forced into the Winter Guard, which was their version of a superhero program. But Israel was doing the exact same thing. The Mossad within Israel had its own version of that, and that's what Sabra was rolled into. Now, unlike Russia's Department X and like the Red Room, it wasn't really that dark per se, but the overall gist of this is that's how she ended up becoming a spy. But following that stuff, she basically kind of graduates into the greater superhero community. She hangs out with the X-Men for a little while, does some stuff, but doesn't really do anything that matters. But that's the long and short of the origin of her character. Relatively straightforward and to the point if you know where to look. But again, one of the things to take away from this video is that she has not and is not tied to the Captain America mythos in Marvel Comics. Not that I'm aware of. Unless something's changed recently, like she's appeared in the recent Captain America comics, which honestly I'm behind on, there's nothing to indicate that's the case. I'm not entirely sure why the Marvel Cinematic Universe is doing that. I'm not really sure what their motivation is. I'm curious to find out. I mean, I imagine they're probably just grabbing individuals from across the world, slapping the moniker of Captain America on them, and basically creating what is in effect Batman Incorporated in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where there's like a Captain America in every country. I don't really know. But with that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this video to an end. Thank you all for watching, and I will catch you all later. Peace.
Personally, I think they wanted to just introduce more international characters, but if you change the character so much, she's only the character in name and the character's problematic. Right, that's what I'm like, what's the fucking point? Like, what is the point of having this character? Yeah, you know, it sucks because this film has already been mired by attacks on the right because God forbid that Captain America is a black man. Like they've been doing the whole DEI woke shit, right? Ugh, which please get something new. Please get something new. It's exhausting. Not that like I have an affinity for Marvel films and care about what's happening in the Marvel world, but it is just a shitty thing where it's like, I'm sure for many Marvel fans and for little black kids across the country, how exciting that would be to have Captain America be black, right? Talk about the symbolism in having a black man be Captain America. So to hear that the film, outside of this controversial, stupid decision to have this character of Sabra, is just also bad, it's like, because we all know that when a film with a character, with a lead who is black or another actor of color doesn't, is not a good movie. Now maybe it'll still make money, so there's it makes money and it's bad, or it doesn't make money and it's bad. And so that just sucks for diversity all across the board, which is already under threat. Disney, like many other companies, has decided to kowtow to Donald Trump's many executive orders regarding DEI and how that is resulting in companies like Disney making changes to their DEI programs, dropping diversity initiatives. They're like, oh, thank God we can drop that. Okay, so I want to look at that. What was? I think I had something. Yeah, and the thing I will also add with this is, I think in particular, the problem with a character like Sabra is not just that, that she's an Israeli superhero. It's that she is a symbol of Israeli nationalism, that she literally represents, is a part of the Israeli institutions that oppress the Palestinian people. Like she is a national symbol of the state that has violently oppressed, displaced, and dispossessed Palestinians for decades. So it's outrageous and rightfully so. To have nationalist heroes, which is, not just a problem outside of the character of Sabra. Like, once upon a time, my understanding with Captain America is he was Captain America in the sense that he was very, very, very patriotic. He was the symbol of the United States. And it was a way to like whitewash the imperialist crimes of the U.S. And I know that has changed. Comics, I understand, respond to changes that happen in our country, in our world, where, for instance, after 9/11, the changes in just how 9/11 even brought about a proliferation of superhero movies, but how political scandals such as Watergate will lead to changes in these comic characters. Anyway, If you think Falcon is DEI bait, the OG black captain was Isaiah Bradley, part of a black test group of soldiers used as disposable testing for the serum. He was the only one not crippled, broke out to fight Nazis. He eventually developed brain damage to its imperfections. I know that you were saying you as in just people in general, but it's kind of funny that like I, of all people, would be like, Falcon is DEI bait. Goddamn DEI bait. I'm tired of it. I'm exhausted by these DEI comic book characters. Let me tell you. Yikes. Well, yeah, okay, that's what I got for you guys. I think that's what I got. And I just think about it, the reverse here were true. We're like, imagine that you have a specifically Palestinian superhero-like character. And, you know, of course, I don't think that that's an accurate comparison, because that would make it, you know, to be like, oh, you have an Israeli character, imagine a Palestinian. I mean it from the perspective of imagine how people would react, what the reaction would be to a Palestinian superhero. Yeah, surely they would be a hero and not just another like terrorist character in the story. Surely. You guys, if you're a Taylor Lautner fan, good news. Good news to my Taylor Lautner heads. Taylor Lautner Werewolf Hunter is in the works at Amazon. This series follows a reality where Taylor Lautner wrapped filming the final Twilight film and vanished from the spot. This cannot fucking be real. To join a secret society of werewolf trackers who need his unique expertise. You know what I will say? Taylor Lautner, who has been relentless post-Twilight of reminding people that he played Jacob in Twilight. Like, literally, this dude has done nothing else. The Twilight is the biggest thing that his career will ever have amounted to. And kind of like what's his name who plays Draco Malfoy, how his entire social media presence is about how he played Draco Malfoy. Taylor Lautner will never let you forget that he played Jacob in Twilight. But that has paid off for him because of all these years of reminding us that he played Jacob in Twilight. It has finally led to this project, Taylor Lautner Werewolf Hunter, which is in development at Amazon and is meta in the sense that it is about Taylor Lautner, the actor, who vanishes from the spotlight after wrapping the final Twilight film. Fans speculated, tabloids theorized, but the truth is wilder than fiction. Taylor wasn't just taking a mental health break. He was preparing for his real calling. Taylor Lautner, Werewolf Hunter. Playing himself, Taylor is drawn into a secret society of werewolf trackers who need his unique expertise. As he navigates his double life, Hollywood actor by day, supernatural warrior by night, Taylor must wrestle with the ultimate irony, fighting the very creatures that made him famous. Between saving the world, reviving his career, and falling in love, he faces the ultimate question. What happens when your biggest role becomes your greatest enemy? Like, what? You know what? I'm sold. I'm in. I'm so fucking in. Say less. Matthew Bettinelli, Open, and Tyler Gillett will serve. Oh, those are the guys who did, I think, Ready or Not. Will serve as directors and executive producers. Lautner's fans will no doubt revel in him getting back into the world of werewolves. As previously mentioned, Lautner broke out when he starred as Jacob Black in the 5 Twilight Saga films. Jacob was descended from a long line of shapeshifters and was capable of taking the form of a wolf. The 5 films collectively grossed over $3 billion at the global box office. Yeah, baby. Never forget Shark Boy and Lava Girl. That's so true. You know what? That's so true. All right, raise your hand if you're going to be tuning in for Taylor Lautner Werewolf Hunter. If you're like jazzed by this news, baby. If Anon plays it in Discord, okay, well, Anon, you're going to have to play it in the Discord. You're in charge. You're in charge of Taylor Lautner Werewolf Hunter. Oh, that's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. Actually, I'm just going to watch the scene in the last Twilight film. The scene where Carlisle gets his head cut off, but it turns out that it was just a vision. I'm just going to watch that on repeat. Because that's some goddamn cinema, baby. Stop hating the ending. Stop hating the ending is so good. Wait, you think I'm hating? No. I'm being so for real. I'm being so for real. That is maybe one of the funniest scenes in a movie that have ever existed. Fandom Trash, thank you for the prime. Okay. Well, guys, what should we do now? I'm done talking. I'm over news. I actually did everything that I put in my title today. I look around. Yeah, I'm kind of craving some gaming. I'm kind of feeling it. Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Sam and I are going to bring back Minecraft soon, but we might do that on Friday. Any news on Baldur's Gate? Not yet. Okay, I'm deciding what I'm going to watch, or I'm deciding what I'm going to play. Maybe I'm on and off with watching Twitch, but every time I stop watching, you and Sam do something fun. We do that on purpose. The cabin game is short, horror, and hey, Will. I swear I just saw him. Maybe that was a ghost. Did you get a sunburn? No, I got my face lasered. Okay. I think I'm gonna play hey. Okay. You guys, I know what I'm going to play. I know what I'm going to play. I gave Will 3 games, and I'm going to play... I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to play. It's a surprise. No, I am going to play LA Noire. That is what I have settled on. And the question is, do I do LA Noire or the VR case files? I don't think I want VR case files because I think that's VR. So I think I just want the regular, right? Is one of them old? I don't know. Is it stinky? It stink? Yeah, that's right. Time to be a detective, doing some detective work. Yeah, I got a couple questions for you. How do you like them apples? You love LA Noire. Can you please do a voice for it? Oh. We've got potential voice. Oh, I need a controller. Fuck. Oh, wait. No, I have this. Oh, yeah. I brought the controller, but I need my... Can I use Xbox controller? Yes. Okay. Then I need to find my cord that I can use. Okay. I need a USB-C. Excellent. I think I've got it. Okay. Okay. Is that working? Hi, TT. Hi, TT. Okay. Ugh. All right, hopefully this works. Okay. All right. Downloading the game. Hopefully I like this one. Seems right up my alley. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Okie dokie. We are all downloaded. I'm gonna open... Oh! Squeeze me. Excuse me. Bum, ba-dum. Okay, why are you not opening? Launching. Launching. You have an account alert. What's going on? I don't know. Why ain't it opening? Okay, let's try this. It says it's running. New DLC for LA Noire has been added to your account. The game has nudity? Ah, that's fine. That's all good. Okay, what the fuck? Why can't I launch? Let's go. There we go. Oh, it's through the Rockstar Games launcher? Oh. Okay. Okay, Rockstar Games. Open up, please. Please and thank you. Ba-dum-bum-bum, ba-dum-bum-bum, ba-dum-bum-bum. All right. Play. Okay, what the fuck? Why is this freezing? Oh, there we go. Okay. Let me pause this. Pause that. Why? Okay. Why does it look like that? I don't know. Alrighty. That's not what I want this to look like. So, okay. Okay, let me try one thing, because every time okay, hold on. I'm going to delete this, and then I'm going to open up game capture. Add new game capture. Okay, capture any specific window, and then open up LA Noire. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't want to do that. I don't know why my game capture doesn't want to work. Okay, so then let's go back to React. And we're going to move this here. Hey, the context. Forget it, Jake. It's Chinatown. Okay, I don't know why this is so small, but... does this look good? You guys? Alt and enter. Oh, nice. Okay.
A city on the verge of greatness. A new type of city, based not on the man, but on the automobile. The car, a symbol of freedom and vitality. Where every man can own his own home, and have room to breathe, and not be overlooked by his neighbors.
Did my stream...
The city where
oh
a
no,
man's
you gotta
home
refresh.
is his castle. A quarter acre of the dream made possible by victory.
Can we get some subtitles? Options, display, subtitles, baby. All right, let's go. Back
A city
to
of
it.
opportunists. A city of dreams, where Hollywood will shape the thoughts and desires of the entire planet. A city of pioneers.
Hollywood, baby.
A city of dreamers.
Oh my god, do you think Pearl's in that audition lineup? I'm gonna be a star. Mama!
A city of undercurrents, where not everything is as it seems.
Oh my god, you guys, this is gonna make me want a cigarette.
A 20th century city that will become a model for the world.
Hiya, Toots.
A city that has no boundaries. That will stretch as far as the eye can see.
Hey, that's my city.
In the Marine Corps, you deal with the chain of command.
That's where I live.
Mistakes get made, but you deal with them. You know what you're fighting for, that you're on the same team. But dealing with corruption is like chasing shadows. You never know whether the guy you're talking to is on the pad, or whether it's your partner, or maybe even the watch commander. So who do you trust, Cole? I
can't trust these hoes.
KGBL calling caller 14 Adam. 14 Adam, come in.
Go ahead, KGPL.
14 Adam, see the detective, an ambulance shooting at 6th and Industrial Street. Unit 16 William requests uniform assistance for an evidence search. 14 Adam, code 2.
Roger, 14 Adam en route.
Oh, shit, am I supposed to drive? Oh no. Use L to steer. Use LT to... Oh no. Oh, Jesus!
Jesus!
Oh! Okay. Okay. Oh, fuck! I'm sorry. Hi, excuse me. I'm sorry. It's my first day. It's my first day. Oh, shit.
Are you blind?
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus!
That's coming out of your wages, not mine. That will be all.
Yeah, it's fine. Just bill me. How? Okay, RB. RB. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Am I a cop? This is classic cop behavior. Excuse me, I'm an officer of the law. You best be getting out of here. Yeah, that's right, buddy. That's right. What the fuck? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh no, oh no.
Here we go again. They don't request uniforms for an evidence search unless there's some kind of catch.
No.
Ever the
Oh,
opposite.
jeez.
From the beam of sunshine
Listen,
itself.
buddy, protect the blue. What the? Move out of the way or I'll arrest you. Okay, RB is reverse. Wait, no. What's reverse here? I can't get, oh, okay. LT is reverse. Okay. All right, hold on. Okay. We go this way. We go, oh shit, Jesus! Look, I have too many donuts. You know what happens when I have too much powdered sugar? Jesus! Okay, brake. Let me just learn the angles. LT is reverse. RT is go forward. This is brake. Okay. Yo, where am I going? How am I supposed to see with the, like, map change? The camera keeps changing. You guys, this is confusing. This is really hard. Am I going the right way? Okay. Like, how am I supposed to drive when it keeps doing this? Hello, cops coming through. Okay, all right, we made it. We're good. We're good. See, there's a lot of other crime scenes along that route now.
Back up?
Yes, sir.
But
Phelps and Dunn, Wilshire Division.
We had a shooting took place down this
don't
alleyway.
click the joystick.
We have the
or
Vic,
change.
Scooter
Oh,
Payton,
I was changing
a
the
Negro
camera.
male bagged up and on his way to Central
Oh
Morgue.
fuck.
Witness says a tall white guy, our shooter, put 2 in the Vic's head and then threw his piece.
Fatal
Need you
and
guys
felony
to
thing
try
with
and recover
gifted
the
pen
gas.
pusher.
You want us
Thank
to look
you.
anywhere in particular?
Give it your best shot, guys. The dead guy's a lowlife. I'm not expecting any miracles here.
And if we recover the weapon?
Bag it and return it to technical services.
You hurried up, Floyd. We
I'm
got
outta
places
here.
to be.
Happy hunting.
Oh my god, do I have to get back in the car already? Oh no, I'm good.
This is a fist hump. Just going through the motions.
You're probably right. Let's just get it over and done.
Okay.
All right, have it your way. We'll search right up
So
to the back wall.
this is
If
me.
you still
I'm
don't
a
come
cop.
up with anything, come find me.
Okay,
and we'll
so this
talk
is
it
how
out.
you switch the camera.
2 heads are always better than 1.
Press R. Search locations, thoroughly discover clues. Aye, aye, Captain.
Look at this junk.
I'm coming. Oh, shit. Okay, that's how you run. Jesus.
It's not my job to pick through other people's trash.
Oh, shit. Wait, come here. Press X to ask for advice.
What have you got, Phelps? Anything?
Oh my god, Phelps. Am I related to Michael Phelps? Controller vibration, a chime, or okay, wait.
Jesus.
How do you look at an item?
Cole, come take a look at
like
this.
that. A bottle.
I don't think this is any use to us.
I tell you, I'm
Okay.
jinxed. I always get landed with this crap.
I'm searching the scene, guys.
We're never gonna find it. It's a waste of time.
The point is to do uncop-like behavior and
sure
actually
this
solve crimes. Okay. Alright, what's this? A brush?
Optimistic, Cole.
Oh, I gotta go back to the newspaper? Okay. Oh. Sorry. I don't know why I'm getting up there. Come on. Okay. So. Newspapers provide backstory on events which may or may not be related to your current investigation. Oh.
Dr.
A
Fontaine,
clue.
could I have a word?
Of course, young man.
I really enjoyed your lecture, Doctor. Psychiatry seems to have a tremendous amount to offer.
Why, thank you. I'm always happy to receive acknowledgement for my work. The mind is the last great mystery in medicine. Are you thinking of specializing, Mr.
Sheldon, or Courtney Sheldon. I'm only in second year, Doctor. They fast-tracked me a year because of my experience during the war.
Ah.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Battle
Because of the
fatigue
war, Professor.
and collapse under duress. Can it be helped?
I would say yes, given the right set of circumstances. Trauma forces the mind to close down, retreat in on itself. We try to find ways to unlock the mind again.
Yeah, wait, is this
Combination of therapy
Bioshock,
and drug
Dr. Fontaine?
Hypnosis and therapy are powerful tools in the right hands, Sheldon.
I've been to visit some of the guys at the VA hospital. A good friend of mine, he's so far away. It's like he's wandering.
You went through a lot together.
Yes, Doctor.
Give me his details and I'll make a prognosis. I have a number of clinics in Los Angeles, Courtney Sheldon. If Your penance for your friend's help is to come and work at one of them in your spare time, with what little spare time a medical student has. Is that a deal?
Is it ever?
A medical student.
I can't thank you enough.
I'm not promising a cure, Courtney. I want you to remember that. Every physician has patients that he
Yeah, he's kind
cannot
of giving
hope to
Benoit
cure,
Blanc.
for whom he can only smooth the path to death.
Benoit Blanc. I forgot what we were doing for a second. Okay. So, I'm a cop, which must mean I should have a gun, right? You know what? The graphics still hold up pretty well for this being 14 years old.
Shooter put him up against the wall and blew his brains out.
Hell of a way to go.
Ooh.
Doesn't really matter how you go once you're gone.
Don't get all deep on me, Phelps.
Bloody.
Have a good look around. It could
next?
be anywhere.
I don't know, man. We're cops. Can't we just make up? Can't we just make shit up? We got our car. The tech was so advanced, it bankrupted the studio. Oh my god.
Ralph, there's something on the
Oh
rooftop.
my god, gun.
How the hell did you see that?
A reflection in the window. Looks like it might be our weapon. I'm gonna see if I can find a way up there.
All right. Don't hurt yourself.
Nice. Don't hurt yourself. Okay. If I go this way? How do I get up into this dumpster?
The gun's up on the roof, right? So we need to find a way up.
Man, so how much did it cost?
What kind of chumps do these homicide guys think we are?
A lot. At least $1.
Building looks vacant.
Move towards
I don't want to wait around all night for the super to let us in.
Spider-Man, what's up? Let's go.
Is there a way up from the
Wow,
outside?
I just really went for it. God damn.
How you doing, Cole? Found it yet?
Yeah, kind of. Hold on. Press A to inspect. Oh, there it is.
I don't even want to think about what that smell is.
Sorry, I had chili for lunch.
Smith & Wesson, serial S71893.
The game's combined development and marketing budget at more than US $50 million. Woo!
Two rounds fired. And instead of dropping it down a drain, our shooter hoists it up here. Interesting guy.
How do I keep this gun?
We should follow up on this now, before the perp tries to leave town.
How do you open up notebook? Oh. unknown murder suspect, Detective Floyd Rose. A Negro male murder victim shot twice, point blank. Blood splatter stains in the recessed doorway on alleyway floor. Smith & Wesson revolver, serial number S71893, 2 rounds of fire. I don't know what that accident is. There hasn't been anyone around
We
here
have
for
the gun,
50
Cole.
years.
Let's take it back to Central. We could get a commendation.
Could show some initiative, Ralph, and see if we can come up with an owner.
That's a long shot, Cole.
It's a pretty fancy gun.
Just make shit up.
You know a local gun store?
Sure.
Sound
There's
like
a place
the
a couple
Dino
of blocks
DNA
from here.
character. DNA. All right, let's go, buddy. Wait, use the notebook to set your next destination? How do I do that?
Are you sure about this? It's not really our gig.
No harm in doing some digging. The suits didn't seem to give much of a damn.
Such a little Boy Scout, Cole. You can't wait to get out of that uniform, can you?
Location.
You'd rather
gun
round up
store.
drunks and help old ladies across the road?
I'd rather get through the day without the captain's foot up my ass.
It'll be fine, Ralph. You worry too much.
Yeah, Ralph, shut the fuck up. Come on, dummy. It's time to drive. Ralph, we're cops. Nothing matters. We can just do whatever the fuck we want. Okay, so now this is a yellow map. I see. Jesus Christ. Alrighty. Okay. Alrighty. We should be there pretty soon. One of these days. Ah! Alright, that was pretty good. Honestly, I've already drastically improved. Oh, shit! Oh, no! Oh, see, you guys, I swear I'm not changing the camera. It just changes. What am I supposed to do? Oh, no! Okay, that time I changed it back, but I did not do it the first time, I swear. Unless I just didn't realize it. Okay, we gotta turn around, buddy. Okay. Here we go. Move. Turn back. See, it won't. The camera. Okay, shit. Oh, come on. I'm a cop.
Watch
Listen, I'm a cop. I'm a cop. Okay, I don't know how to switch the cam. People are saying press up on the D-pad. Oh, thank God. Okay. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna muscle our way through here. Everybody's gotta go. Everybody's gotta go. You gotta go, buddy. Okay, now I'm gonna try not to touch it. Alright, everybody stop. Just fucking chill. Okay? We're the LAPD. We do what we want. We do what we want. Okay, I think this is where we need to... Is this it? Is this right? I don't know. I don't think so. No? Okay. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. We've had enough of this shit. Kingo Guns, thank you. Alright. cop really... What, are they gonna arrest me? What, are you gonna arrest me? Where the fuck is this place?
Watch it.
Hold
They
on.
might move if you use the siren, Phelps.
Wait, how do I use the siren? Is this not the place? Where the fuck is this map taking me? Even the game is cooking you. All right, hold on. Is this where we'll be? Wait. Okay, where the fuck is this flag? Do I need to go around?
You're a reckless bad person.
I'm a bad person? What the fuck? Alright, excuse me!
God damn it, Cole!
God. Oh my god, everybody is getting out of their cars! Oh my god! Oh, I thought that guy was gonna like come after me. Okay, I cannot... You guys, I don't think this is right!
Slow down!
Like the war all over again.
You know what? This is just, I'm just being a typical cop. Okay, this way. And then this way?
I think you're actually aiming for these people.
Oh, no. Okay.
You don't care who gets in your way, do you?
No, not really. Okay, this way. Oh. Okay, and then... No. Okay. A little bit up. Oh, fuck. Oh, Christ.
Oh, Jesus, my paint job.
Okay. I'm almost there. I think it's... You guys, I can't tell if this flag is getting closer or farther away. I can't tell! I can't! Like, it keeps seeming as if I'm about to get to it. If the icon is on the border of the map, it's far. I keep thinking it's right there, though. Like, just keep going? Okay, oh, God, Jesus! I don't know which way I'm supposed to turn, you know? How do I open up this map? Oh, there it is, okay. Go slow, go fast. All right, buddy, you gotta go. Come on, or else I'm gonna arrest you. Okay, here we go. We finally made it. Woo! Woo! Jesus. God, it's tough being a cop. Okay.
Officers Phelps and Dunn.
Hello,
Can you tell us
sir.
anything about this gun?
Smith & Wesson.
You're gonna get 15
Model
weeks
27,
paid
registered
leave.
Magnum.
Hell yeah.
Chambered for .357, nickel-plated with pearl grips. Same gun used by General Patton.
You're not suggesting he's the owner?
No, I'm not.
You seem to know a lot about the weapon.
I
You
ought
wanna
to.
talk my top
I
10
sold it. You know, this piece will
games all
stop
time.
a
Have
rhino.
fun.
These babies
Have a good time
are
so
only
far.
available special order. Here's my Smith & Wesson order book.
You mind if I take a look?
Be my guest. This is about something bad, right?
Okay.
Model 27 with pearl grips, Cole. You see it on there?
Model 27. Oh, pearl grip. Yes.
We're in luck. Errol Schroeder.
Errol Schroeder.
203 South Gless Street. Ordered the gun in February '46. Thanks, you've been a big help.
Anytime. Always happy to help out the LAPD.
Thank you, sir. You know what's funny is that I've probably killed more people via vehicular manslaughter than whatever killer it is that we're chasing down. Yeah, this guy's a this fucking bootlicker. Always happy to help the LAPD. Oh yeah? Then give me one of these guns. Wait, am I seriously getting back in the car already? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, because we got to go to this other place?
Let's see if he's at home. Owning the gun doesn't prove he
Oh my
pulled the
God,
trigger.
how much of this game is driving?
In for a penny, in for a pound.
You guys-
Either way, Gunga Den.
Shit. Oh no. All right, I'm gonna get better at this though. I think I've already improved. I've already gotten better. Okay. How do we open the map? Oh. Map? Okay. Destination. Oh, it's far. Okay. All right, so I need to take 4th place to 4th Street. Oh my God, I have to actually read a map. 4th place, which turns into 4th Street. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Oh God, you guys, it's because I'm trying to read the map at the same time. That's why
Are you blind?
Are you blind? I'm a cop, buddy. Watch it.
Are you trying to run people over?
No, I'm honestly not. It's just that I'm looking at this map. Okay. Oops. Public transportation. All right, we're gonna turn here. Okay, 4th Street. Yes, we got it. Okay, so take this all the way down.
Now that wasn't so hard, was it? Just because we're in uniform doesn't mean we can't use our initiative.
I guess so. Seems a little too good to be
Use our
true.
initiative.
One-of-a-kind murder weapon bought locally using a real name. If Schroeder's our shooter...
Okay,
he's no
here's some
criminal
initiative for you.
Most of them aren't. That's why they get caught. 2 out of every 3 crimes are done on impulse.
Another fact from the Phelps Encyclopedia of Thin Air. You really are full of it.
Woo! All right, we're zooming now. We're zooming. We're zooming. Watch out, it's the LAPD! What are they even talking about? I don't know. They're just talking. Cop talk. Okay. So, you know what? I think we've got it. No, sometimes it just goes off the road, though. You know? Alright, I think is this my stop? Jesus.
Oh,
sorry.
No, you did not just do that.
Okay. Wait a sec. Okay, we kind of got this shit down now. Yeah, baby! Here we go! Right. That's how you do it. That's how it's done. Smooth parking. Oh, okay, I'm still this guy. I forgot. I'm still this guy. Where are we going here? Oh my god, all that driving. Bless you, thank you. Oh wait, no, this guy? Hey, oh, whose car is this? This is nice. That's a nice car. How do we get into this fucking place? You wouldn't steal a car.
I'm gonna get good and tight. Come try.
Okay, what am I looking for again? Location. Schroeder's oh, it's an apartment. Okay, so it's gotta. Oh, it's menswear. Where's the apartment complex? In here? I'm looking for an apartment. Ah! Oh my god, you just almost ran over a cop, buddy.
J.W. Robbins gonna have a sale. Don't you know?
Okay, apartment. That looks like an apartment complex. Now how do I get in there? Look for this neon sign that says Schroeder's apartment. Wait, really? Is there... Wait, I don't get it. Where is it? This one? Schroeder's apartment. Where's my car? Hi, I need some help. The map? Okay. Hello?
Well, you can all move.
Anybody? Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, it was the one directly across from my car. Yeah, this is your tax dollars hard at work, everybody. Just so you know, if I ever get to 10,000 subs, I'm joining the LAPD, and this is how I will be as a member of the LAPD. Get a little taste.
What do you guys want? I'm Officer Cole Phelps. This is Officer Dunn, Wilshire Division. You're the owner of a Smith & Wesson Model 27, nickel-plated with pearl grips?
I might be. What of it?
Then you'll be surprised to know that Scooter Payton was murdered tonight with your gun.
You're out of your mind. Scooter? He works for me. I have that gun here in my drawer. What the fuck is going on here?
You're under arrest,
isn't that
Schroeder.
interesting?
Cuff him, Ralph.
No way. You're not taking me down for this.
What? Oh, shit.
You ready, tough guy?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Huh? Prancing around.
Oh, oh, wait. What? Hold. Okay.
That was a very bad move,
Okay.
Schroeder.
Yeah, that's right. Take that. Take that. He. What the fuck?
You...
Yeah, baby, I'm a cop. That's the LAPD. L A P D. Yo, this guy can take hella punches. Jeez.
Ralph, you all right?
I'm fine. I hardly felt it. He's lucky he caught me off guard.
Keep an eye on him, Ralph. I'm gonna take a look around.
You know how we do it. You know how we do it here. Oh, I feel something. My hat. Oh, this is buzzing. Hardly felt it, and he took like 30 punches. This place is disgusting.
I don't think so.
I know, as this cop is really obsessed with the beer bottles. And by this cop, I mean me. I keep accidentally picking them up.
Doesn't look like anything.
Looks like a snack. Mystic Tales.
It doesn't appear to be connected.
None of this shit's a clue. Don't mind if I do.
Maybe. No. Circumstantial.
Yo, when do we start planning evidence? Alright, this looks like a big clue. Leroy Tate.
List of names and a series of numbers. Floyd Rose's name is in this book.
Phelps, we can come out of this all bright and shiny with a commendation. Or stick our schlongs in a hornet's nest.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Call it in, partner. And leave the book where you found it.
Stick our schlongs in a
Officer
hornet
Phelps,
nest?
Badge 1247.
Sounds like a Tuesday to me. Is that me, the cop? I can't tell these guys apart.
You dumb fucking sons of bitches, get in this line now before I lose my temper.
Excuse me, Sergeant, but...
Excuse me? Fuck you.
Oh, it's a
You say
flashback.
another word and I'll break your fucking head and have you in the brig.
Some of us are
Sir,
here for...
yes,
I know
sir.
why you're here, asswipe. I'm having a bad day, Private. Some people don't seem to want to get on this bus.
Didn't ask for your help.
He didn't ask for your help. Can you believe this guy? Who are you two? Abbott and Costello?
We're here for OCS, Sergeant.
So it's the three fucking stooges and you're here for OCS.
Sir, yes,
God
sir.
help this fucking country and the USMC. The Japanese will do the world a favor and kill you quickly.
Sir,
All
yes,
three of you
sir.
on report. What are your fucking names?
Phelps.
Kelso.
Merrill.
Any other gentlemen for OCS? OCS is at Elliott. You take the Camp Elliott bus over there. This bus is for MCRD. This bus is for men who want to fight.
Sir, yes, sir.
Well, you picked the right place, Cole. A city that needed an honest cop like a thirsty man needed water. You'd heard the stories, but you weren't interested.
So...
You were here to fight the good fight, solve
Badly.
cases, right wrongs. The force is like politics. There's
The
no
Lil
sitting on
Mighty,
the
thank you for the
fence.
5 minutes.
You have to choose sides. A brown paper envelope, or a Greyhound ticket to Palookaville. They could only ever end one way.
All units to 211 in progress and shots fired at Westlake Savings and Loan. 1415
What's my
West
resolution
3rd Street.
set to?
Unit to handle identified code 3.
We'll take that. It's only a couple blocks from here.
14 Adam calling KGPL. We'll handle the 211.
Roger that, 14 Adam. Be advised,
Yeah,
suspects
roger
are
that.
dangerous.
Roger KGPL. 14 Adam en route.
Roger that. I don't know. Oops. Let's see. Options. Display. Graphics. It's at 1280 by 720 by 60. Is this not right? Oh, I should go higher? Which... I don't think it goes any higher than that. 1280 seems to be... Or 1440. Oh, wait. What? Where did these numbers come from? Wait a second. Oh. Oh. Wait, that looks so... It looks so much better. Oh,
We don't want
shit.
any casualties.
Sorry. Okay. Wait, where are we going? What are we doing? You thought it was the stream? No. I guess I had like the lowest graphics. Oh wait, here we are. Okay. Here we are. I like that everyone's always running away. Oh. We made it.
Quick, you guys, the cops are here. We gotta move it.
Oh shit! Oh shit, okay. Press A to open. Hold RB. Oh shit, wait, what did that say? Hold RB. Hold LT and press RT. Okay.
Kill a cop, and it's the electric chair.
Oh, what the fuck? Hold LT.
Forward!
Oh, so hard. Oh. Hello.
Stay down.
Okay. All right. Yes, got him. That's right, you son of a bitch. And stay down.
Covering me. Try for the front door. Keep your goddamn head down. Use the cover, Phelps.
Okay. Exit RB from the cover.
We don't know how many are in there. Take it slow.
Okay, so you take cover like that.
Backup will be
Use
here soon.
L to move in cover. Oh! Fuck. Okay. Now, get out from the cover. No! Why do I keep doing that?
I'm getting hammered here, Phelps.
Okay.
LAPD, put down your weapons.
Here we
go. The bank is surrounded. I'm offering you a chance to...
Enter. Okay, so RB.
How long do you think about it?
Oh, shit! Oh, no. Case failed, officer down. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Okay. All right, I'm on it now, though. I'm on it now.
You're surrounded, and your buddies are dead.
Yeah, I got you son of a bitch.
Try for the front door. Keep your goddamn head down. Use the cover, Phelps.
Yeah.
We don't know how many are in there.
You forgot to say stop resisting.
Backup will be here soon.
LAPD, put down your weapons.
Put down your
weapons. The bank is
weapons.
surrounded. I'm offering you a
I got
chance.
it. I got it this
You come any
time.
closer, we'll cut you in half.
I'd like to see you try.
Getting hammered here, Phelps.
Ready? Yeah!
Stay in cover.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's it? We got them all? I think we got them, Cole.
Did we?
Should
Why
be
do
all
I
clear.
feel like there's probably one more? Is that it?
Lieutenant
Oh, that
Hopkins
was
says
pretty
anytime
easy.
you reach for the shotgun, you're either going to end up dead or wearing a citation.
That was
so I guess
It's okay, Ralph. You did well in there. I'm glad you had my back. Man couldn't ask for a better partner.
Well, I did accidentally shoot you, but all is forgiven.
This kind of
I'm
opportunity
the best goddamn
comes
cop
along
you ever
once in a
seen.
lifetime, Hank. I have to grasp it.
You have to survive it first, Cole.
You're the veterans. The Japs love to shoot officers.
If I can make a name for myself in this war, my future...
Thinking of taking on a company of the Emperor's finest single-handed? You don't seem the Sergeant York type to me.
When I need your opinion, Kelso, I'll ask for it.
They talk about officers like you in boot camp, Cole. They call it the Custer Syndrome. Guys who go around dreaming of fame and glory and getting all of their men killed in the process.
Our duty is to lead, Kelso.
And their duty is to die for your wonderful future?
Ooh. You got nothing to
Cole
say,
Phelps
huh?
and Jack Kelso. With some people, it's as simple as chemistry. Two guys who should have been friends, but their personalities got in the way. Phelps,
Get ready for
a good
1940s
guy,
slurs.
wound
My
way too
favorite.
tight. And Kelso, a quiet man who could never walk away from a fight.
Well, it's a shame you don't like to talk about it, Cole.
Ralph, friends who want to stay friends don't discuss religion or politics. And in my case, you can add the war to that.
I know that.
So, like,
Mom.
nothing.
Wendell Bowers. I put him away before he jumped parole. Get after him, Phelps. I'll head him off in the car.
Oh, God. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Wendell Bowers! Stop!
Wait, is this me or... Oh, I'm not driving?
Why, you! Watch it! He's hiding in the alley!
You know what? Maybe I'm better off on my feet.
Bowers! Hold it right there!
Hold it right there, Bowers.
I will shoot.
I won't tell you again, Wendell.
Jesus, Doug! Watch your fire!
Just a little bit of friendly fight. Oh, no! Oh, shit!
Get down from there right now.
Yeah, of course my partner just almost shot me.
Give it up, Wendell! Get the hell away from me! No way I'm going back inside.
Come on, Bowers. Am I
over, Bowers.
literally ever gonna catch up to this fucking guy? That would be funny if this was just like the next 10 minutes.
Give it up, Bowers! There's nowhere left to go!
The rest of the game. Oh, shit!
Looks like we've got the place to
Oh, we gotta do this fighting thing again. Wait, what the hell? Wait, I'm getting my ass kicked! What's happening? Wait, I'm getting my ass kicked! Why is A not working? Wait, I'm getting my ass kicked! Wait, what the fuck? Wait! LT?
Give it up, Wendell!
Press A to... Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, now I got him. Now I got him. Now I got him. Now I grapple attack. That's right, you son of a bitch.
What you doing, Wendell? Your parole officer's feeling lonely. He's got a hole in his life for an asshole like you. You can make it up to him in 10 years' time. Watch your head.
You know what?
This hump will be back in the Iron Hotel by tomorrow night. Nice work, Cole.
At the end of the day, we
You run
get the
track
job
in high
done.
school?
That's how we do it.
Part of the tradition of the Marine Corps and being an officer in the Marine Corps is the ability to make tough decisions. The right decision is not always the popular one. The right decision will get the men you care about killed. These ratings and your ability to give them frankly and truthfully directly affect your chances of successfully becoming a Marine officer. Candidate Phelps, you have the floor. Esprit de Corps, Merrill, 10. Franklin, 8. Weiss, 8.
Sir, yes,
Donahoe,
sir.
6. Kowalski, 6. Hudson, 5. Kelso, 2.
Is that how many we've killed?
Donahoe, 8. Franklin, 7. Merrill, 6. Kowalski, 6. Weiss, 5. Hudson, 5. Kelso, 1. Candidate Kelso.
Is that our kill count?
I'm sorry, Captain, but I joined the Marine Corps to fight the enemy, not get involved in this schoolboy chicken shit.
Kelso, in my office
God,
now.
he looks so scary. Kelso's in the mud.
For every cop, there's the case that makes you. Gives you that leg up. Gets you recognized as the shining new star in the squad. The case that you solve that shows that you have the gumption, the gung-ho, the get up and go to make you stand out from your average rank-and-file patrolman. This could be the one, Cole.
I don't know if there will ever be a case that's gonna be that. That's gonna be
stand clear of the body,
case.
please? Has anyone called an
It
ambulance?
shows me as a superstar.
We've called an ambulance and the police, but I'm afraid he's dead.
Okay, stand further back and move along. It's your choice, but make it quick, people.
Hey, Cole. You got here quick.
My beat crosses 7th Street.
My big break.
You're first reporting then. We'll get a perimeter going and move the crowd on. You better see what you can find out before the homicide dicks show up. I'll be with you in a moment.
All these cops, it's got to be something big.
Everybody stay back.
Yeah,
Let us
the
do our job.
homicide dicks. Hello? I don't know why I don't want to move here. Oh, excuse me.
Broad daylight. Crowded street.
I like that I'm just touching the body. Just get my hands all up in it. Pearl earrings, $52.50.
C. Galetta. They were receipt. Pearl earrings. Made out to Bank
Yeah,
of
that's
Arcadia.
true. This is before DNA. DNA didn't exist. Before the police work went woke. That's a shame. Nice supple wrists.
All right. Yes, it's a dead person.
Excuse me for doing my job.
This is a crime scene. Sir, I'm Officer Phelps. What exactly did you see?
I heard the shots. I thought it was a car backfiring. I saw a girl run into the shoe store.
You want to take a look around now?
A girl
The witness
ran
can
into
wait,
the
Cole. We've got the perimeter.
shoe store.
We should make sure we've checked the whole
Maybe
crime
we ought to
scene
go
before
talk to that
questioning the
girl.
I'm Officer Phelps, miss. I'm here about the shooting. Did you know the victim?
He was my boss, Mr. Gage.
Mr. Gage's first name.
Everett.
G-A-Y-G-E?
Galleta. Clovis Galleta.
Person of interest, Clovis Galleta. Shoe store clerk, eyewitness to murder of Everett Gage. Okay, put this shit away. I don't even need it.
That isn't everything. What? You haven't got it all.
Excuse me. Don't tell me how to do my job. Okay, Jesus.
You think you could tell me exactly what happened, miss?
I look around the shops at lunch.
Mango, thank you for the prime.
I was in a store when Mr. Gage, my boss, bursts in yelling that I'm late on my lunch.
I might need to move my camera. Hold on.
We came back. I was angry. I walked in front.
Yeah, I will schmoove it. Alt F. Okay. Here we go. Oops. Alt enter? Alt enter. Yes. Okay, we came back. I was angry.
I heard shots. I turned and saw Mr. Gage fall.
If you think the witness is lying and you have proof, select lie. To accuse a witness of lying, you need to present evidence? Oh, shit. You know what? Fuck it. She's lying.
You're lying, Miss Coletta. You know what happened and why. You're going to tell me.
There's nothing to tell.
Yeah,
I've done
I know how to
nothing
read
wrong.
people.
How can you prove different?
Okay, so what did she say? Something about how.
How dare you accuse me of lying? God, I think you're horrible.
A man is dead, Miss Coletta, and it's a criminal offense to lie to a police officer. I will take you downtown.
Get out.
Yeah, that's right.
Get out right now. What? Send in one of the other policemen if you must. But I won't say another word to you.
Why? Because you're a liar?
I suppose I must look a mess.
Yeah, you kind of look like shit. You need to look for evidence first before interrogating? Oh. Wait, so... The meme is X to doubt, not Y to lie. Wait, shit, I fucked up, didn't I? Okay, so I didn't have any evidence, huh? Or I didn't select the evidence I had? Shit, well, I thought I did. Caroline's been a cop for an hour and she doesn't believe women. That's right. Hiya, toots. All right, talk to me. Talk to me or go to jail. How about that? I just know how to read people.
This is awful. Just awful, officer. Why can't we get any closer?
Clear this area immediately.
Oh.
This is a secure area. You all need to leave.
Excuse me.
We should
Help
go
me
back
out.
to the shoe store. There has to be something we missed.
Oh, I'm just parkouring over the dead body. Okay, something in the shoe store. Let's see. Shoes? Maybe some shoes. Oh wait, I just felt something.
Nothing significant.
Oh, come on. I hate when it gives us clues. Check the trash can outside. Oh, shit!
FN Browning. Serial number 01138.
A gun.
Might need to run it by a gun store.
Or maybe I need to run
We
this
have the murder
into my
weapon?
pocket.
No murderer. Girl saw it all, but she clammed up on it. We could trace the gun.
Eagleson's gun store's a couple blocks from here.
Thinking what I'm thinking?
Tate,
I'll drive.
maintain the perimeter.
You thinking what I'm thinking? Because I'm thinking let's get in my sick ride. Okay, let's go to the gun store, baby. Couple blocks from here, you say?
What
That's
did I
fine.
tell you about going too hard on the witness? She's a
Well-
store assistant. Have you got a death wish? Is that supposed to be funny? I'm just saying
Jesus.
that sometimes
Somehow
you need to
we've-
pour some sugar on these broads.
LAPD
A little
officers are
bedside manner can go a
sworn
long way.
And since when are you the expert?
to protect
You got the
people of
Look
LA.
out!
Oh shit! Wait.
What are you liquored up?
This is gonna hurt my.
You shouldn't
fitness
dole it out if
more.
you can't take it, Phelps. She was
Oh,
a looker,
Jesus,
though. Tell me
okay.
I'm wrong.
No wonder you're suddenly so obsessed
Keep
with
LA
bedside
safe.
manner.
Drive safely. Honestly, I'm trying to, but. All right. said this thing was like a couple blocks away. God, everybody is...
You're gonna wreck the car!
I'm sorry! I'm really sorry, guy.
What are you doing?
I'm sorry! I don't know, I'm looking at the map! Where's this fucking shoe store, man? Honestly, this is like an average LA driver.
I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing. Wait. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's like the scene in Austin Powers. When did that pole get there? Okay. Where the fuck is... It's right... It says it's right here, see? Oh, okay. Nice. Hey, Toots.
Officers, what can I do you for?
Officers Phelps and Dunn, sir, Wilshire Division. We need you to trace a serial number.
Sure. What's the make and model?
FN Browning, model 1922. The serial number is 01138.
You don't say. Well, I didn't sell it. Europeans love them, but it's pretty rare you find one over here. Although I did have one in here a couple of weeks back.
Remember the owner?
Yeah. Kalu. Edgar Kalu was his name. Thing looked like it'd never been fired, but he brought it in here for cleaning anyway. Then he bought a box of cartridges and he left.
I thought you said you never sold one of these.
Told me he was on his lunch break. Said he worked at Hartfield jewelry store just up on Broadway.
Thanks for your help.
Oh my god, we're getting back in the fucking car? Oh. Alrighty. Here we go. Let me look at this map. See where we're going. Okay. 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 Oh. Not. Okay, I don't fucking know how to read this, but here we go yet again. I swear to God, we've spent half the time in the car.
Slow down!
Jesus. You know what? Why don't you speed up, bozo? Okay, we want to take a left here. Okay, that's a good turn. Oh, no! Okay, it should be right here. Question Edgar Caillou.
Officer, can I interest you in a new watch?
Officer Cole Phelps. Are you Edgar Caillou?
Officer Cole
No,
Phelps.
Mr. Caillou is out back. He said he'd lie down. I'll buzz him for you.
Thanks, and while you're at it, I will take a watch for free.
Go, go!
Oh, shit! Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. Oh, no. That piece of shit!
Get back here!
Oh, oh! Wait, I can stop him with my gun? Oh, shit, okay.
Too late, Kalu!
Oh, no! Wait, I thought I was supposed to stop him.
Officer Cole Phelps. Are you Edgar Caillou?
Okay, I guess not.
No, Mr. Caillou is out back. He said he'd lie down. I'll buzz him for you.
Him.
Son of a bitch! Go, Cole, go!
Hurry, officer! He's getting away!
Hey, you guys, I'm a cop.
Hello! Get back here!
Be careful. We look dangerous.
Why would it give me the option then?
You want the fast car down your way.
Like, am I supposed to just scare him?
Too late, Kalu!
Oh, I didn't mean that again. Oh no, I actually did not mean to shoot him that time.
Officer Cole
Okay,
Phelps,
here we go again.
Are you Edgar Kalu?
All right.
No. Mr. Kalu is out
'Kay.
back. He said he'd lie down. I'll buzz him for you.
Okay.
Son of a bitch! Go, Cole, go!
Hurry, officer!
All right.
He's getting away.
This is the top. This is the run. This is the run, baby.
Hello! Get back here!
There he is. See him?
What if you got hit by a bus? Yeah, that's right. Need for
Too
speed.
late, Kalu!
Wait, what the hell? Tackle him. Wait, what do? I hold A?
Don't make it worse, Kalu!
How the fuck do I tackle him? Oh, tap? Just kill. I can't kill him again. Oh, okay, hold on. Wait, what the fuck? Oh. Okay.
Okay. Edgar Kalu, you're under arrest for the murder of Everett Gage.
Woo! Just another day.
The case that makes you.
Another dollar.
And the case that breaks you. The one you never solve. The one that keeps you awake at night. The case that gnaws at your guts and ruins your marriage. The case that keeps you propping up a bar as you relive the what-ifs, the might-have-beens, the half-leads, and the half-truths. The case that other cops murmur about whenever you walk past. The case you never, ever discuss.
God's mill may grind slowly, but it grinds finely, son. I hear it's you who nabbed our malefactor from the shooting yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Then tell me, Boyle. I hear
Boyle.
you're quite the climber, a man of initiative.
That's right, sir.
How would you like a chance at smiting this man with the sword of justice?
I would love nothing more, sir.
You're asking me to conduct the interview, sir?
I am, young Phelps. You've only been with us a short time, and you've assembled yourself a stellar arrest record.
Thank you, sir.
Not to mention the fine work you did in the war, sending heathens back to the hell they came from. But I'm curious as to whether you can turn your hand to interrogation.
Yes, sir.
Takes a certain animal cunning, lad. Do you think you might be ready for that?
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I think I am.
Oh!
Has my lawyer arrived yet? I want to see my lawyer.
A lawyer can't help you, Mr. Kalu. You shot a man dead
Did he
in
tell me
cold
something
blood.
important?
You're going to have to pay for that.
Okay. Select review evidence at any time during an interview.
Let's talk about the shooting. Do you deny shooting Everett Gage?
I'm a businessman. I run a jewelry store. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure my lawyer can clear all this up.
Liar. Careful use of intuition can lead to breakthroughs.
You blew a man out of his socks over an empty grudge, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, you
Do you
son
think
of a
I have
bitch.
sympathy for you?
That's the way. Keep needling me. Try the rough stuff, and my lawyer will be making an official complaint.
Okay, we gotta pull back.
I've just got to keep my mouth shut and watch you run around in circles.
Wait.
We're done.
What?
Unless you want to keep making a schmuck of yourself.
No? Oh, is that it?
You disappoint me, Cole Phelps.
Wait!
Get back in there and raise someone's voice!
I only asked one
I need a
question!
confession!
Okay!
Has my lawyer arrived yet? I want to see my lawyer.
A lawyer can't help you, Mr. Kalu. You shot a man dead in cold blood. You're going to have to pay for that.
Okay, this is intense. evidence. Okay, shooting. Fatal sidewalk shooting incident, 1 male victim. Layaway voucher, receipt for pearl. Oh, that's right. Pearl earrings.
Let's talk about the shooting.
Okay, let's do this again.
Do you deny shooting Everett Gage?
I'm a businessman. I run a jewelry store. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All this up.
Alright, how the fuck do I... What do I do? View LB. Use intuition. Select, remove, and answer. Wait, what? Oh! Ask the community? Oh! Wait a second, you guys. What I just realized is that I have to pick truth, lie, or doubt. I thought I was supposed to do, like, what approach I wanted to take. I have to guess whether he's lying or telling... Oh my god. I thought I was supposed to be like, ooh, I'm gonna take the approach of saying, you're lying. Oh. Oh, okay. So if I look at the... Okay. Okay, I see. I understand now. Okay, I'm gonna guess.
Come on, Mr. Kalu. Make this easier on yourself. Get it off your
It's
conscience.
a guess, right? To keep the
You think I'm
interrogation
stupid?
until he lies about something you have
You think I'll
evidence
just
about.
do whatever you want because
Okay.
you're a nice guy. I've just got to keep my mouth
Wait,
shut
it's over
and watch you run around
again?
in circles. We're done. Unless you want to keep making a schmuck of yourself.
You choose
disappoint
lie if
me,
you have
Cole
evidence
Phelps.
and doubt if you don't.
Get back in there and raise some lumps, boy!
Oh,
I
stop
need a
yelling at
confession.
me! Stop yelling! I'm scared.
Let's talk about the shooting. Do you deny shooting Everett Gage?
I'm a businessman. I run a jewelry store. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure my lawyer can clear all this up.
Okay, so this time... Yeah, this guy's lying.
You deny owning a Browning pistol, serial number 01138.
I owned a gun, yes, but it was stolen in a burglary a couple years ago.
Oh,
You can't
fuck.
prove I used my gun on Gage.
Wait, can I? Wait, let's see. Hold on. Store owner testifies to Kalu servicing Brown. Yes, I can. Wait.
Sorry. My mistake.
Wait, oh. Wait, I'm so confused. Wait, what happened? Okay. What do I press this?
You blew a man out of
Fuck!
socks over an empty grudge, you son of a bitch. Do you think
What
I have
is
sympathy for you?
happening?
That's the way. Keep needling me. Try the rough stuff, and my lawyer will be making
I'm
an
gonna get
official
yelled at by the
complaint.
scary Irish guy again.
I've just got to keep my mouth shut
Fuck!
and watch you run around in circles.
I blew
We're
a
done.
man?
Unless you want to keep making a schmuck of yourself.
Oh, Jesus.
Let's talk about the shooting.
All right, I'm back in here. I'm back
Do you
in.
deny shooting Everett Gage?
Oh,
I'm a businessman. I
I'm
run
a businessman. I run a
store.
jewelry store. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sure my lawyer can clear all this up.
Okay. So... I'm a business... Okay, so I don't know if that's true. Right? I don't know. So I don't know.
You deny owning a Browning pistol, serial number 01138.
You don't know about
I
shut the
owned a
fuck up,
gun,
buddy.
yes, but it was stolen in a burglary a couple years ago. You can't prove I used my gun on Gage.
Okay, so I can't prove this.
You had the gun cleaned and bought a new box of ammunition.
Oh.
The store owner remembers you and where you were.
Yes, I can.
Is that so? It's amazing what the Nebbishes will recall when it suits them.
What is happening? Okay, possible religious motive? Okay.
Let's change the subject. You fasting for Yom Kippur, Mr. Kalu?
Yeah, let's change the subject, you going motherfucker. How about baseball?
You're not denying you're a Jew, Mr. Kalu.
This is America. It's not Germany. It's not a crime.
Some people don't like Jews, Mr. Kalu.
Yeah, and I guess you're one of them.
Gage hated Jews, didn't he, Mr. Kalu?
I don't know what you're talking about.
View the notebook. Did he hate Jews? Possible motive. How do I look at this? Wait. One hand politics, thank you. LB. Remove an answer. Truth or doubt? Okay, wait. I don't remember what he said. I'm gonna be so for real. Use R to observe the suspect. Okay. I honestly don't remember what he said. Menu to see the log. Gage hated Jews, didn't he, Mr. Kalu? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, he's lying. Oh, wait. That option's been removed. Okay, I got it right.
Left-wing leaning parasite. You expect me to sit here and listen to your drivel?
Left-wing leaning
You call me
parasite?
that? You sit there and you call me those names, you goddamn goy putt snatcher.
Whoa!
You and that stup Gage.
Why did you do it, Mr. Kalu?
Gage. He's in the Chamber of Commerce. He's in with all those momsers. He blocked every proposal I ever put forward. Kike this and kike that. He's been trying to ruin my business for years.
Yo!
Edgar Kalu. I'm charging you with the first-degree murder
Wait,
of
that
Everett
was
Gage.
so easy.
I respect your beliefs and your right to hold them.
Oh my god, I got
I hope
him.
for your sake, the jury can commute to murder in the second degree. May God have mercy on you, sir.
Oh yeah, there were more slurs than questions that were asked. Wait, this guy totally fucking folded.
Masterfully done, Officer Phelps. It is just Officer Phelps. Isn't it, lad?
Yes, sir.
Then let me have a word with the Chief of Police, young Phelps. The department needs heroes. A shining, honest face the public can admire. I applaud a man with your talent for unwavering justice. Back to your duties for now, Boyle. But here's a piece of advice. Get yourself 2 suits, get them pressed. You'll be needing.
Oh my god, the captain's not yelling at me anymore. Thank God. Thank God. You're gonna need it, buddy. All right, complete all. Oh, okay. Police Academy. Nice. Whoa, let's go. Oh, I got a promotion. Hells yes. All right. I think I'll probably stop there. That's a good stoit. We're at 6 hours, so I think we'll pick it up next time. You know, all that driving's got me exhausted. All that driving is taking it out of me. That was fun, though. You know, guys, sometimes I think if you... Sometimes I think if you watch me game, you might be like, damn, she is stupid as hell. There are things that I don't understand until I do understand them. And then I have a very aha moment. You know? So, all my haters who accuse me of being a dumb bitch, well, sometimes I have moments where I'm like, you know? They might not be... They might actually apply to this exact instance. Watching you figure it out is the best part. There are certain things that go over my head. Sometimes the haters have a point. This is true. Thanks guys for joining me. I hope you had fun. I had a good old time. I'm gonna send you guys to Mafia Jinx. I will see you tomorrow. And let's see, do I have any things that I have forgotten to tell you that I need to tell you? Nope. That's it. That's all I got. Until next time, you guys. Next time being tomorrow. So